Hi, I'm Legacy, and I play Rosanna.
Hi, I'm Scott, and I play Arthur.
Hello there. I'm Gary, and I play Jesse.
Hi, my name's Elijah, and I play Zephyr.
Hi, I'm Jade, and I play Julia.
Hello, I'm Zoetrooper, and I will be playing Viktoria.
And I'm Bloodied Porcelain. I will be your storyteller for the evening. In the American Southwest, the Little Green Man is the new American fairy tale. Instead of tales of gnomes making shoes for aging cobblers, there are tales of Area 51 and alien abductions and cattle mutilations. Bright lights and missing patches of memory, tales of probes and experiments that come bubbling out under hypnotherapy. Throughout Gila Bend, there is homage to these tales. Gas stations sell flying saucer lighters and little green men keychains. I got abducted in Gila Bend, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. A space-age lodge is nestled next to a Best Western, and the Outer Limits coffee shop has a mural of Gene Roddenberry's original Enterprise painted over the backsplash. Miles of solar panels are the town's real industry anymore. If the town depended on tourism, it would have been blown away in a dust storm a long time ago. But there are times, between the exaggerated tales of abductions, between the casual arguments over cryptozoology and how to deal with a chupacabra problem, that a real note of fear is hidden in someone's eyes. Stretches of the river still meticulously avoided by locals. Empty lengths of highway the local teenagers won't dare drive down after nightfall. Not even on a double dare. On the most ancient seafaring maps, corners of it were marked with the warning, "Here, there be monsters." Sane men did not set sail for the corners of the maps. Only madmen set out to find the monsters. Tonight, let's tell a story about the madmen. Good evening.
Hello.
In our last session, we ended with a lot of you falling asleep at a rest stop in your RV, having paid sweet homage to a dearly departed friend. Rosanna experienced another unsettling vision of a tall, broad-shouldered man who's too blurry around the edges to make out any specifics, reaching out to her as if trying to communicate a moment before she blinked and he was gone. It's morning now. You all spent most of your day yesterday on the road, running from the things that are chasing you, fretting over talk of werewolves, even stopping in a pawn shop to purchase some silver for weapons. Though all you really walked away with was a box of old silverware. And a fountain pen. Can't forget the fountain pen. You are waking to the morning quiet. The only real noise is the occasional car that moves through the parking lot. Pulls in, people closing their doors to go inside. Who wakes first?
Probably me.
Rosanna, what is your morning like?
Moment I get up, from wherever it is that I fell asleep, I will check my surroundings, kind of sneak out of the RV and do a once over, make sure that nobody's around, and if we are safe or it looks like there are just, people who are gonna kind of mind their own business while we're here, she's gonna take out that fountain pen and her journal, and she's going to get a little bit of writing in the morning, as she kind of waits for everybody else to wake up. She doesn't like touching the kitchen. She knows that that's somebody else's job to do the cooking in the cell. So she lets that person do whatever they need to do, and she just, will wait her turn to do the dishes.
Excellent. So you hang out in the morning quiet. So far, nothing seems too out of place. It's cars, pickups, that sort of thing. People coming and going. Most of them look like they've either only just gotten out on the road or they are stopping because they've been on the road for a few hours already. While she is writing, who wakes up next?
When I hear her leave outside, I kind of immediately pop up, and the first thing I'm worried about is I'm thinking about when Arthur mentioned motorcycles following us. So I immediately just kind of also survey the area, see if I catch a glimpse of anybody hiding out with a motorcycle or anything, and then just kind of, if I don't see anything, just pop back in.
Sure. Make me wits and awareness.
Oh, okay. Let's see. It was... Sorry. Says I got a critical.
So you did. 4 successes with a critical. Well, there are no motorcycles this morning, which you are perhaps relieved to recognize. There's a couple of pickups. There's a 1 or 2 little family, 4-door cars. At some point overnight, a couple of big rigs pulled in and are parked nearby. You don't see anybody in the cabs. You're guessing they're probably in that little sleeper space behind the seats. It's a semi-quiet morning. Quiet as far as interstate rest stops go. It's busy, but quiet for that sort of setting. You do, of course, immediately see Rosanna working on whatever it is that she's working on. You all seem to do an awful lot of writing. Okay. Well, Viktoria, that makes you the last person to wake up. Oh, no, wait, Arthur is still asleep. I apologize.
I'm happy with Viktoria getting up next, though. I like to imagine it's kind of a bunk bed situation, and for whatever reason, I'm on top, Arthur's on the bottom, so this foot just kind of comes down, steps on him a little bit, and then I eventually crawl out of my bunk. Now, I'm wrapped in a blanket, and I've started to, get things made up for breakfast, right? Because we all got to eat before we head out. I'm wrapped in a blanket because everyone complained because of the fact that I just don't put on clothes in the morning. So I got my short boy cut underwear on in a bra and this blanket, and I'm just kind of making the coffee, getting every other bit of food ready. I leave the searching, what they're doing outside, up to them. I'm just gonna get us the fuel to get started today.
Excellent. Arthur, you wake to the smell of coffee and something hearty and also sort of at the same time a little bit sweet. Cooking nearby, very close, much closer than you were accustomed to at the safe house. You were down the hallway away from the kitchen there. Here, the kitchen is like 2 feet from your face. And as it stands, so is Viktoria, but she's at least wrapped in a blanket and a t-shirt.
It's an improvement. Well, Arthur wakes up. So I wake up and I look around. I notice the lack of the others, but I'm sure that there are windows in an RV that I can look out of from where I'm sleeping, so I'll see them. Breakfast is taken care of. I need a cigarette, but I decide instead to, before just going out and doing a cigarette, is sort of put away the stuff from Jillian that we had pulled out yesterday to like sort through it and find things, for something to put out for us. So I assume that it's being kept in the back somewhere, which means I'll have to slip past Viktoria, carrying the things. I'm just gonna put them away. And so that's what Arthur's doing. But in the process, he discovers an item, and it's just this joke gift that probably Viktoria bought for Jillian. We all remember like the laugh that we had over this pair of brass knuckles, as if Jillian would punch a ghost. That was the joke. Well, maybe you can punch a ghost with this thing. And he just kind of looks at it, smiles, remembering this moment. But then, as I go to put it down, I start to read it and realize that there's writing on it in Latin. So Arthur starts reading it, and because he speaks Latin, starts realizing that it's like pieces of some kind of prayer that he knows, a banishing ritual. And it just stands out. So he picks it up and looks at it, and sure enough, on the flip side, it seems to be dedicated to Big Saint Patrolchus of Troyes, the patron saint of demons. So, as he's putting everything away, Arthur decides to hang on to this for a little while, to think about Jillian and remember her.
As you're reading Latin, you hear kind of this snarky comment from the kitchen. It's like, "You want to bless the breakfast, Father?"
Yeah, certainly. Hold on. Give me a second to get my thoughts together. Good God, good food. Let's eat. There, it's blessed.
I think we're wearing you down.
Yeah, I'm getting that feeling too. But I'll get there. We'll figure it out. I just, it's hard when you have something you believe in and then you just lose it. When you find out that maybe it's not real, maybe it's all fake. But
I don't have any idea whether it's fake or not. But you're right, we all had something and then we lost it.
Yeah.
I can't say it's faith, but it's wearing me down too.
Well, last night you seemed to have it all together. I mean, you were the most aware out of all of us as to what we should do.
Not really. You know me, I fly by the seat of my pants. Do what I have to get to survive, right?
Yeah. But I think that, at least yesterday, that's what we needed. I think, I'm going to be honest, I think I probably would have just sat down and not done anything. So, thank you for your strength, honestly.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe that's the thing. People with faith sit and wait and hope. People like me who've got nothing but ourselves, we just charge forward.
That's so true. I think that maybe we all need to be a little bit of both, right? Have a little faith and hope, but still charge forward. I think that might be what it is to be a hunter, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just need to find something to believe in.
Well, I believe in you, so...
Are you hitting on me, Arthur?
No.
Do you want coffee?
Yes, please. I would love some coffee right now. I think that's what I need more than anything else.
I'm
And then
gonna
maybe
pour him a
cigarette.
cup of coffee, and I hand it to him and just say, "Now get out of my face. You're weirding me out this morning."
Yeah, of course. Sure. Gotta go do some action or something.
Breakfast will be ready in 10. Let him know if you see him out there.
Oh. So
Arthur.
your head's out. Yeah.
When you say you've got to go do some action, what do you have in mind?
No, I was just actually joking with Viktoria. Arthur's just gonna go out and sip his coffee, have a cigarette, and then also think about where the restrooms are because it is morning. So
Yeah, there's a big building nearby. It's pretty obvious where those are. As you step out into the morning, there is and you're looking over towards the building and that the people kind of coming and going from it. You notice that Rosanna is nearby, writing. She's sitting in the shade out of the sunlight. And Zephyr is Zephyr, are you also hanging out nearby, or have you like gone in to like brush your teeth and everything?
Yeah, I went to the restrooms just to pop in real quick, and then I'm right back out and kind of lingering near Rosanna, but not like bothering her because I'm like, okay, she needs her space to write.
Understood. Okay. Well. Is there anything anybody wants to do other than like generally take care of like morning getting ready stuff?
So, and this is outside of in character, but I know I have the haunted flaw, and it says
do.
every. Should I go ahead and roll that since it's morning?
Should
should
I
I wait?
roll my nightmare too?
We rolled your nightmare last night, Rosanna. You rolled fine. You didn't have any nightmares for the night. Yes, Zephyr, go ahead and roll your haunted dice pool. And then remind me how the mechanics on that work.
So, for that one, if it's a high roll, I may not be affected at all. But if it's a low roll, then I can get affected by it throughout the day.
Right, understood. Okay. All right, I'll make a note.
Oh no.
All right.
Classic player
Okay.
flaw, asking the storyteller about their weaknesses.
No, that's a good thing. I'm very proud of you. All right. So, you all take care of getting ready for the morning, and you reconvene over a freshly made breakfast. Viktoria, what did you make for everybody?
Oh, I call it smash. It is kind of what it sounds like. It's eggs, meat, and potatoes all mashed together in a patty. There's also probably some pancakes on the side. Not very big ones, but pancakes, you just get the mix, you mix it with water, and you cook them. So
Basic
super-
Bisquick.
Yeah, it's the smash that's the real winner of the show because it's got like a bunch of fuel to get us started in the morning.
All right. Well, it sounds pretty good. Quick and dirty, but good. All right. Does anyone have anything that they would like to check in on? Check for updates, anything like that, before you guys start to get on the road?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you can go.
I was gonna say I kind of want to make use of the silence out here to try and like tune my bells, which ties in very closely with my hunter powers, right? So it'd be outside using my hearing to try and find a resonance that I think would work with werewolves. It's obviously not going to work right away, but I'd probably keep going back to the resonance I use for vampires specifically and just be like, damn it, that's not the right one. It's eerie too. Like, if the cars or trucks nearby kind of notice me doing this, it's a strange sound. It doesn't make anyone feel uncomfortable unless you're like a vampire, but it's different.
Can you roll me a single die, please?
One whole die. Let's see.
And tell me what the number says.
The number says 9.
Oh, wow. Okay. So at first you're working with your bells and, it's pretty normal. You manage to attune yourself pretty quickly and kind of block out the white noise from the highway and everything. And you feel like you're making pretty steady progress. You're getting to this tone that's people, it's a little odd because they can hear it and everything seems cool and groovy. And you start to kind of like think about what you know about werewolves, which admittedly isn't a ton, but Rosanna did tell you that they are pretty bestial and animalistic, and you start thinking about, okay, let's shift away from things that are more vampire oriented, which tend to be more along with what humans would respond to, and you start thinking about what animals would respond to.
Mm-hmm. I imagine it's tone that I can barely hear, but it would probably be quite painful to werewolves.
Yeah, so you haven't gotten to the point where you think it's going to be painful, but you know that you're definitely on the right track because you hit a very particular tone, and these 3 dogs that are in a minivan nearby go fucking ballistic. They are howling and barking and all over the place, and the owner of the van looks totally weirded out. They don't seem to realize that you're the reason why this is happening. They just know that their dogs who were perfectly behaved 2 seconds ago have lost their minds. So you feel like you are most definitely on the right track.
When this happens, there's this smug look of satisfaction, and I put my bells away.
Excellent.
I feel bad for the pups because I probably hurt their ears, but progress.
Excellent. Rosanna, what did you want to do?
I'd like to check a couple of my accounts, my email specifically.
You would like to check your email. Is it the email?
It is the email.
Excellent. You log into your email, and there is there's a couple of emails and messages, but there is one in particular that you have definitely been waiting on.
I open it.
Rosie, I'm sorry you're dealing with so much right now, and about your friend. Truly, losses like that are the worst. Is there anything I can do to help? And what are your visions about? What about them is puzzling you? Please don't apologize for the emails. I quite enjoy them. There's a broad smile on my face every time I see your name in my inbox. I honestly wish I could be online more often so I could reply faster when you send them. I feel like I'm letting you down with all these delays. I've been assigned a new assistant by my boss for work, so I've spent a lot of my time lately training them, which is why I'm not around as much. But I'd love to make time to get some tea if you do make it out here. When are you thinking that'll happen? I assume sometime in the next few months, right? I know travel is hard for you, but do you have someone you trust that you can travel with? Anyway, I have to get ready for bed. I work early tomorrow, but I'll try to check my email before I head off in the morning. It's a dreadfully early wake up as usual. Yours, Peter.
And she's gonna write a reply. Peter. Been a long night, but I think all of us are doing a little bit better. The group of friends that I've gotten acquainted with over the last couple of weeks have been helping me with the grieving process, but I don't think anybody's taking it easy. It's like we lost part of ourselves. I'm gonna miss her. Jay was somebody that I could rely on, somebody who protected me, and I knew if it came down to it, I could protect her. I think might be taking it the hardest. I feel really bad for him, but I know that he's got the willpower and the strength to get over it eventually. I worry for V and for J.O. But I know that eventually time will allow us to heal. It's hard. I hate being out of my house. I hate being away from the security and the sanctuary that I've grown so used to and so comfortable with. But I know that one day it's gonna be worth it. I'm hoping that I can get out there soon. And you owe me that matcha. Yours, Rosie. She was
very sweet. Anybody else have anything that they want to check in on? No? Okay. Anybody else had anything that they want to check in on? Anything that they would like to do? No? Okay.
I feel like you have an expectation about something and that we're not.
No, I'm
reaching your
giving
expectation.
everybody has opportunities to do things. I am providing space. That said, as you all are climbing back into the RV, Rosanna, you are climbing in just behind Arthur, who has a local paper tucked under his arm. It's the habit.
Yep. Sure is.
And there is a moment of astounding clarity where it's like you get tunnel vision and everything falls away but this paper. And you see a headline: car crash kills mother of 4. And then just like that, your perception is back to normal. And Arthur is still climbing up into the RV, headed for the driver's seat, getting ready to drive.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take first drive, I think. I've had enough rest. Where's our destination? We want to keep heading to Florida? We'll find somewhere we can take the silverware, turn it into weapons.
Hey, Arthur, can I see that paper?
Yeah, sure. Yep. There you go.
And I'm gonna start skimming through it.
it doesn't take you but a second to find what your perception keyed in on. Weirdly, the story that you saw in that moment of clarity was not actually on the outside of the paper. It's buried a couple of pages in. But there is a story about a car accident just south of a little town called Gila Bend, which a glance at the map, since you were part of the drive-in here last night, a glance at the map that you left out overnight shows is only about 10-15 miles away. And there was a car accident that killed a mother of 4. Yesterday, and they're talking rather specifically about this being the 3rd accident on the same stretch of highway in the past week and a half.
I think we need to go and investigate something.
What are you talking about? What do we have to investigate? Did someone give you a tip?
I just saw something in the paper. Bunch of accidents been happening on a stretch of highway about 15 miles from here. I'm just gonna point out where on the map.
To be specific, it is Route 85, just south of Gila Bend, which is not far from where you are, Arthur.
Last night, a mother of 4 got into a really bad car accident and died. I think that's a little bit too suspicious, I guess, that there's a 3. There have been 3 accidents that happened in just such a short amount of time, all around this area, and I don't know what it is, but I have a hunch we might need to go check it out.
I mean, go ahead, Arthur.
Arthur turns to look at the others to see what they think about this, because, I mean, whatever, we're on the move, so sure.
Yeah, if it's... Oh, go ahead.
Rosanna's never really steered us wrong on these sort of things, but I never really considered car crashes to be supernatural.
Maybe it's just my paranoia speaking, but you know, it's 3, all within a very short time period of one another. I mean, that's at least a little bit weird, isn't it?
Is it? Well, I guess it's just the paper. Maybe it's like a haunted road or something like that. I mean
it's not.
Yeah.
It's not far. Shouldn't be a big deal. Maybe it's just something wrong with the road. Maybe there's something. I guess we would rule out any mundane things if we drove through there. It doesn't change our plans at all, because honestly, I don't think we have any right now.
Yeah, I've got nowhere to be.
I mean, aside from the inevitable weregator in Florida.
Listen, all I'm saying is that we're gonna find these weregators, and we're not gonna know what to do with them. Might as well, you know, take our time before we go fighting werecrocs and I don't know, were-squirrels. What's down in Florida? Florida men. Where Florida men. So just Florida men, if you think about it.
Florida men.
I also hear that the matcha in Florida is very good. Not that matters, but
okay,
it might be worth it.
I dread going to Florida with every passing moment, but sure, let's check out these car crashes.
Yeah.
all right. Fire up the RV and figure out where I have to go to get there on the map. Sure, some exit somewhere will take me onto some stretch and then onto The
It's
highway that we need.
actually Gila Bend you can get to if you just stay on the interstate that you've been on. It
There we
passes
go.
directly through the town. It's going to take you about an hour and a half south of Phoenix. So it's a little bit further north than you were originally planning to go, but it's not much. And you get there pretty damn quickly. As you drive into town, you are greeted by the town's welcome sign, which is this large white welcome sign with big, bold red letters that says, "Welcome to Gila Bend, home of 1,900 very friendly people and 5 old crabs."
I didn't realize that crabs existed in Arizona. I make a joke.
that was a good one, Arthur.
God. I mean, you could say the same thing about the friendly people. It's a little suspicious.
I have a lot of
As-
questions.
Yeah,
As
I
you-
mean, oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Let's
Go
just say it is suspicious that every single one of them identifies as friendly because that means they're hiding something.
Yeah.
Can't be friendly all the time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
As
I'm very
you drive into town, you are struck immediately by how small a town of less than 2,000 people actually is. There's basically one main highway and a couple of little side streets. It's so small that like every business is on the same stretch of highway. And you can see most of the housing over just a little rampart and about 50 yards worth of just open like desert between the road and where a lot of the housing developments start. You see signs that indicate that there is the Gila Bend reservation is nearby. Basically pointing you north if you want to go there. There's another sign for the U.S. Air Force Base, which is slightly south. And of course the ever-present signs that are pointing you towards Phoenix, because the assumption is nobody stops here.
Well,
So what would you like to do?
We could probably park as close as we safely can, because I don't think it'd be a good idea to park like right next to where the incident happened, and then just kind of ask around.
Mhm.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
it's
is
not.
the
It doesn't
stretch-
come off. Yeah.
I guess we don't know where the stretch was because unless the article was incredibly specific about where this location was, you're right. We're probably gonna have to park and ask.
There's sometimes debris left behind. They don't clean up everything. A wheel.
So we say, do we do a loop and then come back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Just to get a. I guess it'd be safe to kind of catch a vibe the first time and then.
Okay. So you all have come into town, realized how very, very painfully small it is. Although you do catch sight of the of things like the Space Age Lodge, which sticks out a little bit like a sore thumb among Carl's Jr. and a few other places. Very chintzy, very obviously the middle of the desert in Arizona, but cute and kind of homey. And then you turn right and back south down Route 85 and follow it past the Air Force Base entrance along what turns out to be a pretty lonely and desolate stretch of highway. There's not much out here. It's desert as far as you can see once you pass the Air Force Base. And it takes about 10-15 minutes past the Air Force Base entrance before you are well and truly middle of nowhere, unsure exactly where the accident happened, but you can guess it's probably somewhere around here based on the description of the paper. Are you guys looking for something specific? Or are you attempting to do something to key yourself in on what's going on?
Specifically on my end, skid marks, bits of bumper left behind, whatever looks like an accident occurred there.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, see if it
that
was...
or some crosses or teddy bears or something.
Yeah. Or if it was...
me-
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say to see if it was just the one car that was hit, or to see if it was impacted by another car, some kind of anything like that.
Everybody is welcome to make me wits and awareness. Everybody roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
only one success on my end, so
Me too.
not great.
Same.
How many did I get?
Weirdly, the
got
person with the
7.
smallest dice pool rolled better than everybody else.
Oh no.
Okay. I will deal first and foremost with those of you who got one success, and then I will come back to you, Zephyr. Rosanna, you don't see a ton. There are some places where, it looks like maybe one of the large stones that lines the edge of the highway might have gotten dinged, but it's impossible to know how long it's been like that, or if that's even unnatural. That could very well just be from when they cut through the stones to create the highway. Viktoria, being incredibly sensitive to sound the way that you are, you pick up on how incredibly quiet it is here. Even with the rumble of the RV, it still seems... It's eerie. You're on the side of a highway in the middle of the day in a desert, and somehow there is a small part of you that feels a little chill go up your spine because it's so empty and desolate here.
Very interesting.
Oh, we lost somebody.
Arthur.
No. This seems to be one of those nights. Okay. Let's take a couple of minutes while we wait for him to come back. I'm going to put us back on the splash screen. I apologize, everybody, for making you making you guys deal with our technical problems.
I have no idea what just happened. Like, it was
Oh,
fine,
are you back? Yay!
and then all of a sudden I was gone, and then all of a sudden I was back.
Yeah, that seems to be going around. Okay. Arthur.
Ghosts.
I ain't afraid of no ghost. Arthur, you notice a couple of skid marks on the road. Going in different directions, though. You're not sure which one was the accident or if any of them was the accident. But this certainly seems like as good a place as any to start looking. Zephyr. You notice it first. There is the remnants of what you realize was police tape that just didn't get cleaned up properly after they were finished with the scene. Clinging to one of the rocks nearby, kind of half wedged underneath of it, like the wind has picked it up and it's just gotten stuck. You of course see the skid marks and the ding in the stone nearby. It's a pretty large, like taller than a person kind of stone that was clearly like they sheared through this to lay the highway kind of thing. And there is a definite divot, like there was a heavy impact of a car that went off the road and stopped a good 5-10 yards off the side of the road. You're in the right spot. You may not be positive that this was where last night's accident happened, but one of the accidents that's happened in the last week happened here.
Do I see anything weird, like besides remnants of a car?
How are you looking for this? Are you just doing it from inside of the RV? Or are you going to ask Arthur to stop and pull over?
Oh, yes.
So that you can get out?
Sorry, I thought we were outside. Yeah. Hey, can we... I think this is the right spot.
Okay. I was getting that feeling too, so I'll pull over.
Okay, Zephyr, if you are looking specifically, if you are searching for things, you can make me an intelligence and... Let me get something. You can make me an intelligence and awareness or investigation, whichever is higher for you.
Same number, so... I got 4 successes.
Excellent. Excellent.
Before I move on,
you are rolling pretty good. Before I give you answers, do you want to spend willpower? It's totally up to you. I'm not pressuring, just giving you the option. Because once I start talking, you're not allowed to.
I will. Yeah, I will.
All right. Take burn a willpower and roll those 2 failed dice and see what you get. Still 4. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You notice as you look around a few things. I can't really say that it's weird because you know you're at a crash site and nothing is particularly weird. It's all kind of stuff that you would expect. But you find a lot of broken glass in like the sand and dirt off the highway. You find a side view mirror that got ripped off the car. You find it takes a minute for you to kind of like adjust and kind of picture how everything went in your head and to follow the clues as they're laid out, but it's pretty clear that the car of the woman who passed away went quickly and violently off the road, and may have very well ended up on its side or upside down when it came to a stop, based on the markings in the dirt. You find paint marking some of the rocks that are embedded in the dirt, which is how you're sure that if it didn't end up on its side, it definitely ended up on its top, or it rolled, because the paint wouldn't have ended up on these, low to the ground rocks any other way. They would have been naturally quite under the car's chassis. There's some older pieces of shredded rubber that look like they were probably once tires off to the side. You're not sure that they're from the same accident, because it seems like they've been here for at least a little while. They're a little bit more, exposed to the elements. Does anybody else want to do anything?
I'm kind of perturbed by the silence. I actually ask Arthur, when he stops the vehicles, turn it off completely, and I'm gonna go outside. I'm less focused on the crash at this point, and I'm just listening for something out here.
Okay.
I can hone on, if I can hone on anything other than our heartbeats, that'd be great.
Give me either wits or composure, whichever is higher, and let's say awareness, I think is the thing that makes the most sense for what you're doing. You're listening for subtle shifts in the sound profiles around you. 3 successes. Do you want to use willpower, or are you good with that?
I think I will. Turned it to 4 successes.
Excellent. Okay. So as you're standing there, with really only the sound of your own breathing and Zephyr's occasional foot shuffle as he explores the surroundings, you realize that it's not so much that it's eerily quiet as everything sounds deadened to you. It's like you're listening to everything around you through thick cotton wool in your ears.
Interesting. I ever experienced anything like this before?
Let me look at your sheet. Let me look. You've dealt with weird sound patterns and odd sound profiles before. Maybe not specifically this, but you've definitely encountered odd situations where things just don't sound the way that they should.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna start scuffling my feet over to the others, kicking up rocks and stuff, making as much noise as I can with my feet to kind of accentuate what's happening. I say, we're in a dead zone. Like an auditory dead zone.
Weird.
Now that you have said that, the rest of you definitely... It's not nearly as obvious to you, but you definitely start to pick up on that things don't sound right.
Well, that is strange. Well, Rosanna, looks like you are onto something. Auditory dead zone. That is strange.
have I don't know, this is weird. Have either of you guys dealt with anything like this before, or it's the first?
This is a first for me. Like I've experienced weird stuff before, but there's never been an explanation for it, or like the explanation for it is something completely different. Like this is new.
Do we think there's a source? Like, is there someone or something that's causing it, or is it natural in a way? I assume not. I assume we're saying this is not natural. It is a desert. Should just be like noise, right?
There should at least, and then I'm gonna kick my foot to see if anything super, or if it's like as quiet as the last bits of sound were. I mean, there should be something at least. Wind, I don't know, like windstorms or looking down the highway. Are there any other cars coming or passing by us, or are we alone?
They're not. You are alone. And when you kicked that rock, it still sounds just as muffled and deadened as it did when Viktoria first pointed it out to you.
How are we sounding to each other?
It's still a little muffled and deadened. It's one of those things that it's very subtle, and had it not been mentioned to you by someone with much higher acuity, you might not have noticed.
Viktoria, could you walk with me a little bit down the road to see how far this dead zone reaches?
Yeah. I'll come walking with you. It should be easy to point out.
Yeah. And then, like, while we're walking, I'm just kind of trying to make noise or anything, just to see if at a certain point it gets back to a normal level.
So you are walking down the road looking to see just how far the dead zone stretches.
Yes.
Okay. You two set out, and it takes a while. You're a good 150 yards away from the RV before Viktoria. It feels not so much with pressure, but it sounds the way your ears the way your ears sound when they pop when you're on a plane. Where it's suddenly just, it's almost like your ears can breathe. It's hard to describe, but you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It's like coming up out of the pool or something like that. The moment this happens, I raise my finger up and I turn to Zephyr and I say, "There it is."
I'm looking down the road,
it's a ways.
Yeah, I'm waving my arm at them.
Arthur's smoking a cigarette now. He waves back.
That's... Wow, yeah, that's...
While this little jaunt of theirs is happening, Arthur and Rosanna, do either of you want to do anything or talk about anything?
So this was, you just saw something in the paper and it stood out, huh?
Yeah,
Pretty good hunch.
Thanks. I think that what most caught my eye was the fact that there have been multiples, just kind of in the same week, I guess. And what's bizarre is that I'm looking around. Do we see any signs of I know that when I drive my car on a highway where there's been a fatal accident, there's somebody will put up a cross or some teddy bears or some little signs that say oh, rest in peace, or gone but never forgotten.
That's what I was looking for, but I didn't see anything.
Would you both like to make me investigation checks? I will allow either intelligence or wits, whichever is higher.
Ooh,
Perfect.
yeah.
Yeah.
And let me know which one you're using.
I'm going to use intelligence.
Poof.
Would
I'm
either of you
gonna-
like to burn willpower?
I will.
Totes am going to do that.
Nope.
Was this the southern path towards the army base?
The Route 85 runs south past an Air Force base
Mhm.
from the town. You guys are even further south than that.
Okay.
Only 2 for me.
Okay. Rosanna, you don't see anything at first. You are so caught up in, well, this is where it had to have happened. And so you are staying pretty close to the road. And maybe part of that is just the fact that you're nervous after everything that you've experienced the last couple of days. You don't want to get far from Arthur. Arthur, you notice after a long moment of looking that there's one of those like crosses but with flowers, like from a florist. But it looks like it's been here for months. The flowers are dead and falling apart, and bleached, almost white.
Does it have a card with it that indicates which florist it was from?
Yes. It's hard to read the full card because again it's been sitting out and it's been exposed to the elements, so it's a little bit faded. But there is a Gila Bend reservation florist located on the reservation. I apologize, words are hard. Looks like it's probably some little mom and pop shop that runs off of the reservation.
So, I'll lean down and cigarette still in mouth while I squat down to look at it. And okay, well, here's something, but it looks older. Maybe there's a history with this area. Maybe there's more going on than just the 3 in the last week.
You think it might be a string?
Could be. I guess whoever bought these flowers, I mean, they're probably, trying to honor somebody who passed away, but these have been here a while, so maybe it is. Maybe there's more than maybe the newspaper doesn't know about or didn't want to
isn't wanting
report.
to tell.
Yeah.
You think it might be worth to go check out this flower shop if we can get the name of it?
I mean, yeah, we might be able to find out if anyone else is like why it was purchased. I mean, and then maybe get a name. But if it's been months, then they might not remember. But at least we could get an idea how many flowers they sell based on this kind of thing.
Oh yeah, we could
Start.
convince it. It is a start. It's better than nothing, I mean, quite literally, there's nothing out here. Let me see if I can see maybe where the closest flower shop is. You
Sure.
know.
Sure. Yeah. This is the name on this one. That's all I got.
I'm gonna plug that
On
in.
reservation.
I'm gonna plug in the name into my phone and see how close this shop in particular is.
The shop is not far outside of town. It's literally on the reservation, just north of town. So would take probably less than 20 to 30 minutes to get there. And it's probably, just from doing a quick search online and looking at the local area, this is like the only florist within 50 plus miles.
Well, it's about a 30-minute drive. I think that this might be a good lead to get started on our little investigation here.
I'm gonna whistle and sort of shout at the other two, "Hey, they've got somewhere to check next," and see if they can even hear me.
You guys hear him, but again, even with you standing outside of the zone, he sounds like you're listening to him through a bunch of like padding. But you could tell that he's calling you.
Yeah, I assume we're heading back now-ish, and I look to Zephyr and I'm just like, you ever experience anything that can do this sort of thing? Like, I mean, I don't think biters can do it, but definitely not puppies. They're a little more...
Yeah. Have I experienced any of this when we were back at the cult?
Specifically like this?
Yeah.
No. But if you would like to... Oh, nope, never mind. Sorry, you don't have any dots in occult, so I can't... I was gonna have you roll, but...
Sorry.
That being said...
I can probably ask Arthur when we get back, if that's possible.
You could definitely ask.
Sure. I just know you both had a weird experience, so both are pretty quiet about it for the most part.
Yeah. No, you're yeah, I've seen weird things, but nothing like this. So it's just very interesting.
Yeah. Like, part of my rational brain wants to just explain it away as, like, Earth's magnetism, polarity, whatever, but this is weird.
Yeah, it's a little silly, but the first thing I thought was aliens, because we're in Arizona.
Hey.
But I at this point I would not be surprised if they existed too.
I feel that. Looks like they're onto something though, so let's go see what they want.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question about your bells?
Sure. What do you want to know about them? And I kind of jingle them. It's like reflexively. They're always kind of hanging off of my waistband.
Yeah, I noticed earlier when we were parked, you were kind of just sitting outside, and I guess I don't know what the right word is for it, but you were fidgeting with them, so I'd never seen that before, so I was just intrigued by it.
Practicing. Back in my old place of work, I was taught how to use them to stop biters from affecting your mind. It's like they can't permeate the resonance I can throw out, which is really helpful, and it would have been really, really helpful if I could have used that on the puppy. And then maybe we wouldn't have freaked out, ran everywhere, and Jillian might still be with us.
Yeah. But there's only so much any of us could have done, especially in that moment. Yeah. Try not to think about it too much.
Yeah, I guess it was silly to hope that, one sound could stop all supernatural.
That would
Sucks.
be, yeah, that would be pretty helpful. But you'd probably get hunted down by pretty much everything if you knew how to do that.
Yeah, but could they stop me? That's the question.
But yeah, we should see what they found, if they've found anything, and then just kind of figure this out, because this is super, super weird, but kind of cool.
Agreed.
Okay, you guys reach the RV.
Got a possible location where someone might have information. There was some flowers left here by someone a while back, and we're starting to think that maybe there was more than 3 accidents, but we don't know. We just know that there's someone buying flowers and placing them out here, so we thought it's a lead.
That's a pretty good lead, because of if there have been multiple, then I'm sure there's like some weird like urban legend or something going around that we could ask about.
Yeah.
But I guess in your travels, and you're a little bit more experienced in this, not this field specifically, but just dealing with the cult and just weird things in general, but have you run into anything like this before while traveling?
Well, I mean, certainly there are mystery spots and various things when you travel around, places where they have pseudo supernatural phenomenon that are all weirdly natural or hoaxes. I don't know.
Magnets.
Magnets indeed. Can I make a roll? I don't know.
You are welcome to make an intelligence occult roll.
Could I also make a roll?
You could also make a roll. With all of these details brought together, I will allow you to start to speculate.
I would also ask to make this roll, but I have an intelligence of 1, so
I mean, you're welcome to make the roll.
No, it's okay. I think it's funnier if I don't.
I mean, I don't have that high of an intelligence, but I also have very cult. But I have 2.
Can I?
You can
willpower?
absolutely burn a willpower.
Critical 7.
Ooh.
Whoa.
All right.
Ooh.
Dang you.
Arthur, you just don't have enough to go on.
No.
You've heard some weird stories. You've definitely encountered some people in your travels who were convinced that they needed like an exorcism because there was a demon living in their house, and because there was like weird acoustics. But there's nothing here to contribute to weird acoustics. You're in the middle of an open space.
Aliens. So I have to answer aliens.
Could very well be aliens as far as you're concerned. You're like, ugh. Rosanna, you delve into the deepest parts of the deep web, into conspiracy and far-flung lore and theories among scholars that have supposedly been debunked, but those who study them insist that they haven't been fully researched enough to really be written off yet, and that they just know in their heart of hearts they're right. What you know for sure is that there are a number of creatures that can affect the world around them in ways that humans would pick up on. Some are more subtle than others. Like the sound thing for you was incredibly subtle until it was pointed out to you by somebody who is much more in tune with the sound of the world around them. Some are much more on their face and will do things like make the entire area look like it is doused in a particular shade of light. so that everything is red or everything is blue or whatever. There are a number of things that you've heard of that could do this. There's various cryptids. But what you think seems most likely with the story, with the all of the deadly car crashes and things like that, is that this seems most likely more ghost-oriented. And it would certainly make sense with what you have experienced.
Mm-hmm. Some would say that ghosts might be my
Specialty.
It's funny though, sure, like there are a lot of tales of things being able to mess with your senses or mess with the world around you. But I don't know. I mean, there are stories about cryptids, and we know that the blanks can mess with your mind a little bit, but this seems a bit on the nose. Now, I might sound crazy, and I know I sound crazy. This could be a ghost thing. I mean, I've done my research. I've delved deep into studies about ghosts. They're kind of my favorite. I guess if I had to pick a favorite thing to study, it's ghosts, because they're the things you can't see. But ghosts can do like a lot of things, like mess with your senses and mess with the world around you to provoke action, to provoke things to happen that wouldn't make much sense. Maybe that's what's going on.
Don't have to convince me about ghosts. I believe in spirits, angels in the spirit world, and people passing on. Used to believe that your soul would transfer to a different location when you transitioned. When you came up
Extended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't really say the word anymore. I'm not sure I believe it. But, yeah. I mean, so we've got werewolves and ghosts.
Can't say as though this isn't the first time that I've heard about a stretch of highway being haunted, so I'm not really that
Urban
surprised.
legends all over about that.
It's almost like a textbook definition of haunting, almost. Freak accidents happen in the middle of a dead-end highway near a ghost town, basically, and, you know what they said, I witnessed a freak accident on the highway, and all I got was a shitty t-shirt or whatever.
If they sell those in Gila Bend, then I'm going to be incredibly upset with the people that live there. Why couldn't they do something about the ghost? Now you gotta make t-shirts and capitalize on people's deaths.
Well,
and Arthur will go into a
it's
rant about people capitalizing on people's deaths.
Arthur, it's more so the fact of can't see ghosts.
Can't or won't.
Maybe a bit of both. Maybe, who knows? Maybe that's a special gift that some other supernatural or whatever has, But the naked eye can't.
Oh, that's true. I understand that.
You all load back up into the RV with Arthur half ranting, half calming himself down from his rant about the idea of people capitalizing on random deaths along the side of the highway. And you head back towards town. Are you headed towards the florist, or is there somewhere else you want to stop first?
Arthur would drive toward the florist unless someone else suggested somewhere else.
Okay, florist it is. You drive directly through town and on further north until you turn off of the highway onto a older, less well-kept road that leads towards the reservation. When you arrive, it is clear that the people who live here take great pride in where they live, and do everything that they can to take care of it, but there are probably limited funds to do so. That isn't terribly uncommon. Most of the town kind of looks like we do the best we can, but we don't have much. It takes a couple of minutes. More than that, really. It takes about 20 minutes of kind of driving in circles before you finally spot this house that has a very small sign in front of it. It says Gloria's Florist. And you pull up in front of it. And it is a small house that looks like it might have been whitewashed at one point, but the paint is kind of gray and peeling in a lot of places from all the sun wear and tear. But the garden outside is incredibly well kept for being in the middle of a desert. There are flowering plants and cacti. It's very, very well tended. Whoever lives here takes great pride in it, though they are though they are of limited means. And there's a rather large sign in red on the front door that says, "Ring the bell, don't knock, I won't hear you."
You want to ring the bell, or should I?
I knock on it anyway.
Oh my god. You really aren't good at following directions, are you?
I think at this point, I don't think Zephyr's ever followed directions.
Hey, it gets weird when 4 people go into a place and mob an old lady for questions about the flowers she's made. I'm gonna hang out outside.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not very good with old people.
It takes a couple of minutes, and you actually end up pressing the bell again because you're not entirely sure that it went off the first time. Before you hear this little creaky old voice, "I'm coming, I'm coming. Hold your horses." And the door swings open, and it is this old, wizened, but somehow jovial-looking woman. Her face is wrinkled and kind of leathery from sun exposure, and she is long, despite her age, perfectly pitch black braids hanging from her head, and they're thick and very well cared for. It's hard to put an exact age on her, but based on the voice and the way she's kind of hunched over and the fact that she's obviously hit that point of age where she's starting to lose height instead of gain it, she's probably getting on in years. And she's leaning on a cane, and when she opens her front door and the screen door is there, Arthur, she's basically looking at like between your belly button and your chest because she's so short. And then her head slowly tilts up to look at you through kind of squinted eyes. I don't know you.
That's true, ma'am. Sorry, we were just in Gila Bend here.
I don't know what you're selling, but I'm not buying any. And she goes to shut the door.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hmm?
We aren't looking to sell anything. We were actually coming in because you see,
What are you looking to buy? I have fresh flowers. We just cut them this morning.
fresh flowers would be very lovely. My loving boyfriend here, and she's gonna pat Arthur's back, was looking to get me something nice and pretty for my birthday. Right?
Yep, honey. And I awkwardly put my arm around it. Yep, for your birthday.
For my birthday, yeah.
We were just passing through Gila Bend, and we heard that you were the best florist round.
Just around the RV, Victoria's listening to this and just like...
The old woman kind of eyes you both like she isn't sure that she buys it. Well, if you're here for flowers, you can come in. But honey, I tell you what, you could do better. And then she like shuffles into the house.
I mean, ma'am, you are not wrong. She could. And that's why I'm getting her something special for her birthday, just so that I can at least try my best.
A wise man.
That's about all I've got going for me, ma'am.
Trying not to bust a gut around the RV.
And just to solidify it, Rosanna's just gonna pinch Arthur's cheek. Aren't you cutest?
Are you guys following her inside?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Is it just the two of you, or Zephyr, are you going along as well?
No, I'm also outside.
Zephyr's like, no, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Zephyr doesn't want to be a part of the polycule.
You guys follow her into a home that, based on the pictures on the walls, and the artifacts, and there's even a blanket that is in a case up on the wall that you are 90% sure was hand woven probably over 100 years ago, displayed with great love and admiration for whoever created it. The whole place smells like freshly baked cookies and fresh cut flowers at the same time. And everything gives you this overwhelming sense of peace and the kind of comforting love that you can only get in like a grandma's home. Where you just know that if you were to come here and need a place to just chill, you'd be safe and well cared for. There would always be a hot meal, and there would always be bad Hallmark movies on the TV. But it's just home in a way that I don't know any of you have experienced in the last month or two. Not really. And she shuffles through her little kitchen, which is very clean, but also has that kind of wear and tear from has someone having lived here for so long that it's very clean, but it doesn't necessarily look as clean as it actually is, kind of thing. And out into a room that looks like it might have at one point been a screened-in porch, but has since been modified to be an extra room on the house, and it is filled with plants, and filled with large refrigeration units that hold fresh cut flowers.
This is quite the setup you have here, ma'am.
My son built this for me. After my shop went up in the fire. I didn't think I'd get to have a place like this again, but he made it happen.
Oh, you had a shop somewhere else?
Up in the heart of town, but it burned down about 15 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. But I mean, at least you've got this going, and this looks like it's a pretty decent operation.
Okay. I quite enjoy it.
It's
The commute's
lovely
definitely
home.
better.
You have a very lovely home, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're very sweet. So what can I get for you?
You know, I should, I'm gonna admit to you, ma'am, I should know what her favorite flowers are, but I don't. So I know she's gonna break up with me now that I've confessed to my worst thing. But I don't know her favorite flowers, so I'm just gonna have to trust in your abilities and hope she didn't hear me. But she's listening right now, isn't she?
Well, she's right there, so I would hope so.
I told you, ma'am, I didn't have much going on for me. Wise, but not smart.
Well, at least you're pretty.
Thank
She'll
you,
just
ma'am.
sort of reach out and pat your arm.
That's half the reason I'm with him. I'm joking. Most.
What would you like?
You know, back where I grew up, I really liked daisy, tulip, sunflower.
Oh, sunny bouquets. I think I can do that. Not sure if I have sunflowers, but I've got daisies and tulips aplenty. And she starts shuffling around, making a custom bouquet, kind of on the fly based on what you've told her. And you see daisies of varying colors, tulips that are almost all white so that those daisies pop against them. And she's adding little things like baby's breath and little pretty ferns to really kind of bring it all together with some green.
How
there
is
anything-
business? How is business around here, ma'am? You get a lot of customers?
I have some regulars. Things have been a little bit busier than usual the past couple of weeks, but that's to be expected with everything going on.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean. Is it like wedding season? I do a lot of weddings, you might guess.
Nothing so happy an occasion, though I suspect you might have to deal with this particular type of occasion too. And
Funerals, ma'am?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've had, and she kind of pauses for a minute, like she's counting. 6 in the past couple of weeks.
Whoa. That's a lot for a couple of weeks. Is there some reason for that? Is there sickness or something going around?
She sort of shakes her head. Bad stretch of luck for the town is all I can figure. Could be. Could be. I don't know. But it's been a lot. Those youngins dying over by the river, and then the people who crashed out on 85. It's just been heartbreaking.
That is not good to hear.
I'm doing what I can to help make it easier on people. I even donated a couple of fresh bouquets to that nice man and his children.
The nice man and his children? I'm not sure who we're talking about.
Oh, a young lady died last night, and her husband and children came by this morning to pick up flowers to take with them.
Oh.
when they
To the funeral, or?
to the. I don't know what they were gonna do with them. I think that there may have been some discussion of maybe taking some of them out to where the crash site was, and others were probably going to the funeral home.
Wow. Well, that's terrible. We lost a friend recently, so we can feel for the family. I mean, I couldn't imagine what I would do if my wife died.
She
Your what?
When I was married to her
sort of
back in the day.
She has
Before my divorce.
paused. She has paused halfway between the refrigeration unit and the thing she was working on, and looks I don't want to say scandalized, but definitely suspicious. And
Arthur will look. He's gonna look at Rosanna. We could, talk about that previous marriage later, honey.
Yeah. Darling.
I told you could do better.
Yeah, well, he's proving that more and more every day.
And she moves to settle the rest of the flowers into this bouquet, and among them is one large sunflower that she kind of builds the rest of them in around. Last one got lucky. Of course, now I think you should make him pay for a dozen roses.
That sounds like a great idea. But I think I'll be nice one.
It is a good arrangement there, ma'am.
I've been doing this for 50 years. I would hope it's a nice arrangement.
This may seem like a strange question, but would you mind if we wanted to pay our respects to the family and just, tell them that we feel for their grieving? Would you mind making another one for them, and then we can bring it to them? I'll gladly pay double.
I think they'd probably like that. I don't know where to have it delivered, though.
If you can give us the name of the funeral home that they are,
Yeah, we can take it.
we can bring them.
There's only one in town. That's Moreland's.
Yeah, make up another bouquet.
She'll kind of nod, and you could tell that she's already got several that she kind of put together this morning in anticipation of people probably wanting to come by to have something to deliver, and take by to maybe a neighbor or a friend, to give them well wishes. And she grabs one of them and she kind of eyes the two of you like almost feel like she's sizing you up. She's trying to figure out what the best option is, and then makes a decision, and she plucks a couple of the flowers out and adds something else and slightly changes the color dynamic so that and you're not entirely sure how or why, but it feels like it fits you a little bit better. And she puts it in front of you. Moreland's is probably only going to be open to the families for a couple of hours yet, but you all want to stop for something to eat or whatever, the coffee shop in town's usually got some pretty good coffee. Might be a good place for you to sit and have a very important chat. And she sort of gestures with her cane, and as she does it, she brings it sharply down on the tip of your toe, Arthur.
Yes, of course, ma'am. You're quite right. Quite right
Mhm.
about that.
Yeah. Talk.
And I will gladly. Well, Arthur sort of opens his wallet, and he does have some of that money that we talked about. He squirreled away, and he's going to give her more than she like. If there was like rounding it up, right to the nearest.
She
decent number.
charges you about 80.
So a good 100. He just gives her. To help out with keeping all of this going.
She sort of nods a little bit. Thank you very much. At least you tip better than you treat your girlfriend. And she'll kind of shuffle towards the front door, looking perpetually disapproving the whole way.
I don't know, honey. Do I treat you that badly?
That, you don't treat me that bad, but, we're gonna have to talk. Is all I'm gonna say about
He opens the front door for the two of you. Kind of steps aside to let you pass. Oh, while you're there, my granddaughter works at the coffee shop. You make sure that you tip her good too.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again for all your help her day. The flowers are very beautiful.
You're very welcome. And she'll kind of pat Rosanna's arm and then lean in and whisper as Arthur passes out the door. You really could do better. Get you a man who respects you as much as you deserve it.
I appreciate the kind words. But and then she's gonna look at Arthur and then look back at the woman. I care about him a little bit too much.
And
I don't think I'm gonna leave his side anytime soon.
She'll nod a little bit. Well, it's your life. At least make sure that you punish him appropriately for not being honest with you.
Oh, don't worry. He's gonna get a plenty good punishment when we get back to our little humble abode.
Understood. And she steps back and opens the door and gestures for you two to head on through.
And the moment.
As soon as you guys are out the door, she kind of steps into the doorway and through the screen door gives a little wave, a little old lady wave, and then turns and shuffles back inside. The door shuts behind her. You all stopped in and met the local florist and bought 2 bouquets of flowers. Arthur convinced an old elderly local woman that he is a no good, dirty, rotten cheater. And probably got the tip of his toe bruised in the process.
Gonna have
But-
difficulty making athletics rolls from here on in.
-1 dice to all athletics rolls. I'm kidding. You all load back up into the RV. You have some leads. What would you like to do next?
Well, I think that woman said that we can't even go in to the funeral home for a couple of hours. I mean, be worth it to stop for some coffee?
Get lunch. But you know what concerned me more about what she said was that they picked up flowers today, and I'm worried that the flowers we found were from today, but looked like they were ages upon ages old.
Maybe. I mean, if you think about it, the noise suppression itself is more than enough evidence to suggest that there are other weird things that might be going on in that little area. Wouldn't be surprised if, like, whatever entity it is could manipulate like little like, even if it's just like inanimate objects or
Could be draining life.
maybe.
Have there been other, like, deaths on that stretch of highway?
Six.
Like,
6 deaths,
Six.
but some were by the river and some were on the highway.
Oh, and if we ever come back, I don't think Arthur should step foot into that shop.
I think she made it clear that this foot was not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
Oh, let's just say that Arthur's a dirty little whore.
oh, that's perfect then. Next time Arthur comes back to that shop, it's gonna be with me.
Jesus
I
Christ.
think it should be with Josiah.
Absolutely not.
No, next time we go back to that shop, I'll step in with Josiah and tell her that I found a real gentleman.
So,
Somebody,
No, I just slipped cover, that's all, and forgot that that Rosanna was my girlfriend, mentioned my wife. Is bad.
amateurs, I swear.
Hey, I was doing just fine.
Listen, where on the river where was this murder? That might be something to check out too.
We didn't get that far because I messed up.
Again, amateurs.
Are there like any places that locals kind of gather that we can maybe
There's a coffee
kinda
shop.
linger?
There is a coffee shop.
We could probably ask around there. Hopefully we won't get run out of town.
I don't think we will.
As long as I don't mention my wife and girlfriend in the same conversation, yeah, it'll probably be
Although
fine.
I would be very careful because you remember what that woman said. It's her granddaughter that works there. So, who, for all we know, that granny's calling up to that granddaughter and being like, "You whippersnappers better watch out for that slut cheating on his girlfriend with his wife."
I
Or
don't know,
vice versa. I don't know.
Maybe this TikTok generation will be more understanding of that kind of thing. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe, but Granny's not convinced.
Well, certainly not.
Oh, but I will say you I will pay you back for those flowers. She's gonna unclip her little bag from her side and how much do I owe you, Arthur?
I mean, I don't know. Whatever. 50?
Here's 40.
Okay. Sure. I mean, I'll just use it to buy lunch.
There you go.
As I'm just kind of looking at the flowers, I go, baby's breath isn't edible, and it's just kind of like out of the blue. Just random statement, and I'm kind of poking at it.
You said it's edible?
It's not edible. It's actually
Oh.
quite poisonous.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. No, don't eat baby's breath.
I wasn't going to.
Yeah, no, me
Daisies,
neither.
however, and I actually pick one out of the bunch and just shove it in my mouth.
God.
You know, maybe we shouldn't have this kind of conversation standing out in front of an old lady's house on the reservation. Perhaps we should head into town and maybe get some lunch.
Yeah, lunch does sound good.
I do not
least
stop
coffee.
eating the flour.
Obviously,
I'm
Victoria's
gonna
hungry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go put these in some water. Arthur, I can pull up the address right after if you just want GPS there.
Sure. Sure.
All right. Well, with Arthur perhaps thinking about the fact that his slip up cost him an extra $10 off of the normal 50% that he was going for with splitting the cost. You all climb back into the RV and head into town. It's a short drive. It takes a couple of minutes at most to get outside of the reservation and another 5 to get to the Space Age Lodge and Coffee Shop. This place was clearly built in the 60s. And while they've done things like try to keep it painted and things like that, it hasn't seen much in the way of updates. It still looks like it was built in the 60s and decorated in the 60s, and it's all that Area 51 aliens and space technology that this area of the country is so famous for capitalizing on as tourist traps. But when you step inside, the scent of freshly brewed and roasted coffee hits your nose. And it's maybe a little bit more a city than you might have expected this far outside of an actual proper city. Like, you probably expected to walk in and have this be some crummy roadside diner with Folgers, and that's the only thing available. But it smells like you just walked into a proper coffee shop. There are pre-made sandwiches under glass. But there's also, obviously a sandwich bar in the back where somebody will take care of you. At the moment, you don't see anybody actively working, but there are other patrons kind of settled around. And one of them is sitting at the bar in flannel. Long dark hair, kind of a slightly scruffy beard, drinking coffee. And as you walk in, he looks directly at you. There are other people who kind of glance your way, but nobody who looks at you for very long. It's like there are locals who are vaguely curious, and then when they decide that you're not really worth staring at, they go back to their food. Or maybe they just don't want to be rude. This guy doesn't seem to have that concern.
Hey,
Howdy.
can we help you?
No, just looking at the spectacle, I guess. You're not the type of people you expect around here, I guess.
We
I
are a
don't get a lot of-
spectacle.
Priests? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, sure. And I say spectacle in a good way, Normally, things are boring here, minus chupacabras.
Have you actually seen one?
I think I've seen one.
Follow-up question. Have you seen Santa?
Not since I was 9, I'm afraid. But, he's a busy guy.
What about the Tooth Fairy?
Never caught that one.
You ever see a Bigfoot here?
No, but if you go up to Virginia, you might have a good shot of that.
I would like to point out, Jesse, you are keenly aware that there is actually Arizona has its own version of Bigfoot called the Mogollon monster. which
Well,
you,
there's a
would be
different guy
very
here.
aware of.
There's a different guy here. Moglong
Oh.
monster. Cousins or
Hmm.
something.
Interesting.
Real question. Seen a ghost? I go sit down next to him. The bar.
Why do you ask?
It's just we're asking about everything else. Want to ask about ghosts, goblins, vampires, that kind of stuff.
Seen one? No, I don't think so, but plenty of ghost stories.
Sure. Everyone's got a ghost story, right?
No, a lot of aliens around here too.
That's true.
Guys, connoisseurs of that kind of thing. Type you go into old abandoned buildings, scope it out, try to get EMF readings,
Oh yeah,
good stuff.
we're big believers.
Mm, I'd like to.
Just
Why
don't have
don't
time,
you?
huh? Yeah.
Excuse me, but what's your name?
Jesse, you guys?
Victoria. It's nice to meet you, Jesse. And I kind of like under my breath, I say to the people, obviously not Arthur, because Arthur's sitting beside him, and just go, "Can we keep him?"
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm Rosanna. It's a pleasure to meet you. And she reaches out my hand.
Yeah. Shake it back. Both hands, in fact, just clasp it, give a good shake.
Jesse, for what it's worth, you just shook hands with what you were pretty sure is the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, like in person.
Playing it cool.
You have to. Like, if you crack, then it goes downhill.
Yeah, pretty soon you're admitting that you have a wife or something.
Sorry?
She's run into that a lot. Guys who are flirting with her,
Yeah.
start dating her, then turns out they've got a wife.
Well, I'll watch
Typical.
myself.
Yeah, typical kind of thing.
Yeah.
Assume you're from
You
around
got-
here. You're not just traveling through like we are.
No, I'm not actually. I am traveling through, but I've stopped
Oh.
a few times.
Gotcha.
Do a lot of traveling these days.
Hmm.
What about you guys? I'm assuming the Winnebago out front yours.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Good ride.
It's a homie.
Yeah, she suits us well.
Yeah. What you driving out there?
I have a very, very old pickup truck that I'm very fond of. Breaks in about 3 times a week, but she always starts back up again, so might as well keep her.
Hey, listen, she ain't completely broken until she ain't starting up no more. That's
Exactly.
what my pa used to say.
Wise man.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the best thing to get here in this shop?
The best thing to get here? Well, what I have here is a black coffee. But if you ask real nice, they'll make it about 70% booze. So, 5 o'clock somewhere.
Bring it.
Yeah.
So, Jesse, broken truck as you have, or breaking down truck. I don't want to, besmirch it. Have you heard to stay away from that stretch of highway down south?
Yeah, I have heard about, 3 car wrecks there? There's also that whole deal with the river. Bunch of teens drowning.
Is that close?
It's somewhat close from what I hear. It's like wedged between this ranch and reservation. It's crazy though. The river is not even that deep. About, I want to say 2 feet or so. Probably, maybe even a bit less.
That's more like a creek. Just a
Yeah.
wide.
They
What
say,
happened?
people that drown there, drunk, high, something of that nature. But, again, probably the chupacabras.
Is that like a local urban legend? Don't go near the river when you're drunk or high?
I would say the chupacabras are the local legend, but the river, I don't think they've had much reason to worry about it till now. But hey, chupacabras got to drink eventually.
I mean, I thought they sucked the blood out of goats. That's why they're called goat suckers, right?
Yes, they do that, but I imagine, maybe they like have normal water sometimes. Like how, you go off like a binge for a full week, drinking soda, booze, all that, but you're like, man, I need normal hydration now.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it isn't the wisest or safest to be going by bodies of water if you're drinking too much. You pass out, fall, you drown.
Yeah. And, teens do stupid things. Maybe they're out having fun by the creek and fall in. Can't get back out, but I don't know. Anytime I've been piss poor drunk, I've always managed to at least stumble to my feet eventually, let alone in 2 feet of water.
I lean to Viktoria and whisper in her ear, "Can we share him?"
I mean, you can, if you're interested in that
I'm
way.
not that way.
You can. All right.
By the
I
way,
don't know. This is
got,
getting
like,
weird.
2 of your names, right? Victoria, Rosanna.
Oh,
two of you?
sorry, Arthur.
Arthur. And you back there?
Oh, it's, someone.
Someone.
Yeah.
What do you
Don't
say,
worry.
someone?
A little shy sometimes. Our old friend.
I get it. So, he's passing through and managed to get caught up in all this, or?
Oh, just passing through. Legitimately. Just stopped in for some coffee. Where's that waitress?
That's a great question, because I need more coffee/booze.
There is a rustle coming from the kitchen nearby, and instead of a waitress coming through, it is an older gentleman who looks a little haggard, like he is probably trying to do more jobs than he is like equipped to be able to do as one human being, but he's doing his best. I'm sorry. It's the waitress's day off, and I called her, but she's not here yet. She'll be here soon. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for the delay. What could I... Hey, Jesse.
Hey.
More coffee, and he'll do like the quotey fingers.
Yeah, the special.
Right?
Hey.
Yeah, special brew. Got it. What can I
It's all
get for
good.
you?
It's all
Doing
good.
a great job.
Arthur's like, it's all good. Hey, listen. And he just puts 20 on the table, and he's like, hey, can we get a couple cups of that?
Same special as Jesse?
I mean,
No
he told us about
alcohol
it.
for
Sounds
me.
like it's
You think you can handle it?
Oh yeah.
Why not?
Okay, so
n-
so 3
No alcohol for
and then
me.
1 straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the biggest cup you have, just straight coffee.
All right. And he'll kind of lean in and drop his voice a little bit and go, and if we could, keep the whole openly talking about this being leaded a little bit quiet, Jess. I'm not
my bad.
technically
My bad.
licensed.
Of course.
Don't worry about
Oh.
it, sir. I'm also gonna have it plain, so.
Got it. Unleaded. 2 unleaded, 2 leaded.
Just 2 then, yeah.
And he will shuffle back to the coffee bar, and he kind of like positions himself in a not subtle way at all, where he is obviously using his body to block the view of what he's doing, with the couple of coffee cups that he has grabbed, and then you watch him grab like an actual coffee pot like well after he did whatever it was that he was doing for this first couple of minutes, and then he pours coffee into the 4 mugs and then brings them back, and after a minute he kind of looks between. He's got 2 coffee mugs in each hand, and he looks like he may have forgotten which ones were leaded, and then he sort of sniffs at one and sniffs at the other and goes, right, okay, and left hand goes to Arthur, and Rosanna, and the right hand goes to Zephyr and Viktoria, and of course he tops off Jesse.
You're a gentleman and a scholar, my friend.
Don't know about a scholar, but try to be
Close
polite.
enough.
Sandwiches Anything you folks want? Oh, we got pastries. Came in fresh from the bakery this morning.
Ooh, what kind of pastries you got?
I think we got some chocolate and some cherry and one of those cream cheese kind. We also got donuts.
Just the coffee is fine for me. Thank you.
I'm good.
Yeah, I live off this coffee, so.
I tip him $5.
He will happily take that $5, but he'll lean into Rosanna and he'll go, "You look like a strawberry gal. Think I got a strawberry frosted donut back there."
Yes, please.
All right. Jesse, you want anything? Roast beef sandwich, maybe?
You know what? Sandwich sounds great.
Okay. And he will disappear into the back.
See what I mean? She gets this kind of attention all the time.
No, I see what you mean. Just gonna try my best to ignore it. So, say you're passing through, stopping here, find out about all this business. Where's final destination then? You're just passing.
Free spirits,
we're-
we don't know when yet.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We're just kind of on the road at this point.
Hey, I feel that. There was a time when I would just drive, and wherever I ended up, I, found some work.
Have you ever encountered anything weird while you were doing long drives?
You could say that. You could certainly say I've found some weird things every once in a while.
Like,
You name it.
I don't know,
about-
ghosts,
Ghost?
weird, I don't know, zombie-looking things just walking on the
Zombie-looking
road.
things.
Just in general, anything that's weird.
Chupacabras?
Chupacabra.
See, that's what I'm looking for right now. I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I can finally get my hands on one.
You mentioned that. You
Wow.
mentioned that earlier. Yeah.
You really like your chupacabras, huh?
Hey, when in Rome.
What about spots where it just seems like cold or quiet, like mystery spots?
Yeah, maybe a few times every once in a while. I've never been super good about picking out that kind of thing, but I knew people in the past who could, and my job came after that. Photography, that is. I took photos of what they thought they saw.
Hey, photographer.
I dabble.
Have you seen any of these mystery spots nearby? We're just kind of like, cryptid tourists, as it were.
I mean, there's the route itself where all the accidents happen. Things are apparently strange there, at the very least, because 3 accidents happen in a span of a few days, week, maybe 2. Doesn't really happen, especially with what the locals say about that route. They don't
And
like
what is
using
it?
it.
What is it that they say?
Basically, like, don't use it at night. It's not the route you really want to take. If you can help it, take a detour.
Do they say why?
I haven't been around long enough to find out why, but I hope to.
How long you been here for?
A couple days.
Where you coming from?
Coming from out west, California,
Very
where I used to live.
Yeah.
When he
But-
mentions California, can I look outside to see if I see a motorcycle?
I was thinking the same thing.
It's like
You can both absolutely make me wits and perception checks.
I don't fucking
Awareness.
trust this hipster fucker.
Wits and awareness. I'm sorry, there is no perception.
Oh my god.
He said wits and awareness.
Mm-hmm. Oh, are we willpowering? Is that what's happening, Scott?
Yes, we are.
You have to tell me when you're gonna do that.
Oh, sorry. I am willpowering as well. Yeah. It's 3.
Zephyr. Oof.
Fuck.
Would you like to willpower?
Yes.
You
That
can
is-
just click re-roll failures and it'll just do the 3.
Yeah.
I'd keep trying that. Oh, maybe I am clicking wrong.
I got 1.
There we go.
That's better than
You both glance out the window and there's no motorcycles. There is an old beat up pickup. Oh, we lost Arthur.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Again.
Rest in peace.
Jesse is the only person who has not moved for everybody. No, Zephyr hasn't moved either. We can still see Zephyr.
No, I was just pointing at the camera.
Hello.
Here we go. There he is. He's back. Everybody's back in their camera frame. Welcome back.
Woo!
So we're back, right?
Right. So you
So-
guys look out the window, and there is no pickup. There is an old rusty pickup. There are no motorcycles.
Do I get like a general sense of unease from these two after I say this? Do I kind of notice that?
You can make me an insight, and anybody who is trying to hide it can make subterfuge, manipulation subterfuge.
Toad's gonna do that.
All right.
What's an
I'm-
insight versus manipulation subterfuge from
I'm not
anybody
trying to
who's trying to
hide
hide their feels?
I don't know. Rosanna's a little bit too excited about a strawberry frosted donut to be weary right now.
2 for
Does-
me.
Does bluffing play in? I don't think so, right?
It absolutely does.
Oh, okay.
If you're trying
Yeah.
to fake it, you're absolutely bluffing. Holy crap! Okay. And did anybody else want to roll?
No, I don't care if he notices.
Arthur seems totally at ease.
Cool as a cucumber.
Zephyr obviously thinks there's something up with you. Rosanna seems very excited about a strawberry donut and interested in you.
She's tired of her cheating
is it a
boyfriend.
flirty interested, Rosanna, or is it, Rosanna? Is it flirty interested, or is it just this is an interesting new person interested?
Trying to pass it off more as a new person. A little mix of a flirtiness in there.
Okay, Victoria.
Victoria's more of the this is an interesting new person who immediately started talking to me about the chupacabra, so he's cool, and I want to hear what he has to say more. It's not flirty.
Okay.
Oh, it's absolute flirty from Arthur. I'm just kidding. That was a joke.
Right back at you, bud.
Listen, you can be wife number 4.
Honor.
And it's
Yeah,
like I know you're married, but I'm like,
In that
I
case,
ship it.
seeing who I know as someone look out the window and like, everything cool?
yeah, I'm just checking on our car.
Or just, I don't know. Something wrong with California? I know some people don't like it there.
I mean, besides the fires, there's a lot of other things wrong. But why did you leave? Just need to get out, or?
Yeah, I need to get out. Plus, got some work out east.
That in Virginia? Mentioned it before.
Hard to tell. Might not. All depends.
You do freelance work?
You could say that.
Well, I know that you said that you're a photographer. I'd be very interested in seeing some of your photos.
You know what? I'd be happy to show you some of them sometime. But, gonna take me to second, the camera's just as temperamental as that truck out there. Every single time I use it, I'm thinking to myself, is a reckoning coming or what?
Starting to get vibes off this guy. Like, I don't say that vocally, but I'm getting some vibes. Am I looking at another hunter? Like, we're all being exceptionally cagey with each other. We're all poor. We're all interested in the supernatural. So, well, I mean, I think Rosanna's the only one with actually like a bank account that is in maybe the triple digits.
Would you like to make an insight check?
I would love to.
Yes.
Jesse, you are free to, if you would like to hide.
I only have one dot in insight.
I don't think I will. I think
Okay.
I
Well,
said
then-
a very specific thing for a very specific reason.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Well, then folks can roll and we'll see what happens.
Is it wits and insight?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a very sad pool for me.
You know, I will also.
I would
Very
like to
sad.
willpower reroll this because I can use more.
Go for it. Anybody who wants to use willpower can use willpower. Just make sure that you're tracking what you're spending.
I got just the... Is that just one?
I'll believe it.
Yeah, it's one. I just got one.
I got 2.
2.
4.
Excellent. Yeah. So he wasn't exactly subtle about it. Those of you who rolled a 1, you're a little unsure. You're like, well, that could have just been a, saying. This is the South. People talk about a reckoning all the damn time. Victoria, you absolutely, like, you were pretty sure you had him pegged before this, and then he dropped that line, and you were like, aha, right, okay, I know what we're dealing with now.
This is like, buddy, I've been in a secret society. I know this game. I will actually just kind of like, once you say the reckoning line, I just lean back in my chair, sip my coffee while side-eyeing you. It's like, would you like to go talk somewhere else more private?
Diner's pretty chill. Pretty people mind their own business here, but if you want to get a corner table, we could.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
All right. I'll just kind of like signal to the old waiter gentleman that we'll take our food in the corner and then kind of head
He
over
is
there.
literally just coming back out with plates,
In that case, I'll just take it.
on which there is a freshly warmed donut and a heaping roast beef sandwich. You've stopped here in this town before. He knows exactly what you like.
Oh yeah. Smell it. already.
Perfect freshly sliced rye bread with heaps of roast beef on it.
And just a little bit of salt.
Just a little bit, just a tiny bit, and he hands it over.
Your doll.
Anything else I can do for you folks?
Nope.
All right, Jesse, I am working on your room. Promise, soon as she gets here, it'll be ready for you, and you can check in.
Appreciate it.
And he'll disappear.
I'm gonna go sit over in the corner.
This place has rentable rooms, huh?
Not the coffee shop itself. There's a lodge that, I typically
Space
stay
Lodge?
at every once in a while.
Yes, the Space Lodge.
Yeah. Yeah, Space Lodge. I like the scenery there. It's fun.
Same building owned by the same dude.
Aha.
So now that we all know we're in familiar company, Jesse, did you need a hand with anything while you're passing through?
That's the thing. The reason I'm passing through is because I'm following a job, as I put it. Don't really know what I'm handling yet. That's where I'm at right now. I'm trying to follow the signs, see what I'm dealing with, seeing what they're capable of, and then go from there. Once I do know more, I'm ready to engage. Maybe I'll let you know if you're around.
Sure. We're actually looking into something in this town as well.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Guessing it's to do with the car, river.
Yes.
You guys mentioned Ghost earlier. Is that what you think you have?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm a bit studied in the occult and just the different signs and the way that the environment's been kind of up in the air. I mean, it could be ghosts, it could be cryptids, it could be a number of things, but it just seems a bit too convenient to not at least think about it in a way that have you read the papers recently?
I've skinned them.
Don't you think it's a little bit weird that 3 all in 1 week?
Oh, absolutely. It's a tough deal for me deviating my time from this and then my main job that I'm dealing with, because I'm not sure if they're related. They might be, probably not though, and I was never the big brains of the operation when it came to doing our job. I normally waited for my partner to figure that out and then shot where they told me to.
Oh, that's a mood.
Cheers to that.
So what is the job that you're on?
That's the thing. I told you I'm not sure yet. I just know that
right. Something.
multiple targets potentially. They're dangerous, so I'm keeping my distance.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
And they're
I also
here
know that
or are
they're
they
heading east.
elsewhere?
I don't know if they're here. They could be. That's what I'm looking into right now. If they're here, then I imagine they're close. It's not exactly a big town, and pretty sure they're heading east. So probably not gonna try to stop them here. I'm gonna let them keep going where they're going. Maybe once I know enough, try to get them with dead zone. People won't get hurt. That kind of thing.
I will scribble down a phone number for not my personal phone, but it's a way to reach our cell, and I'll hand it over, like I'll scooch it across the table towards you.
Shit, I'm gonna take it and then you're gonna see me pull out like an old school flip phone and then just start punching it in and then snap it closed and then pocket it.
I can't speak for everyone here, but I'm willing to help if we're still in town and you get your orders.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm a point and shoot guy, so if you figure out what's going on with this ghost or cryptid or whatever, and then you need more firepower, you can find me at that lodge if I'm still around.
Be appreciated.
We were considering traumatizing the family or going to check out the river.
Traumatizing a family is not typically the best course of action, but you know, it's a fun one. Well, I have some business to attend to at that lodge, but
Sure.
like I said, figure out what you're doing. Come find me if I'm around.
Sounds good.
Good luck.
Good luck to you too.
Yeah, people
Sure.
like us could always use more numbers.
That's really the only thing we've got going for us, honestly.
Oh yeah, believe me, I know. And with that, I'm gonna take my big sandwich, just kind of waggle it at him a little bit. Catch you later. And I'm gonna head out.
I knew I liked
And
him
it-
for a reason.
It is around this time as he is passing out young woman of obviously mixed heritage rushes in. She's in a haphazard attempt at a uniform. It's clear that she was probably not planning to come to work today and got a last minute call and just sort of threw on her apron and the closest polo that she had and stuck with the fact that she had to wear jeans and rushed to work as quickly as she possibly could. As she is walking in, she passes Jesse a key that is in the shape of a little UFO. The little pad on it is in the shape of a little UFO, and hands it off to him. And he leaves as she hurries in and fishes out a waitress's pad and pen as she hurries over to your table.
Hey, can I help y'all with anything?
I just saw a roast beef sandwich that looked amazing. Can I get one of those?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go ahead and write it down. Anything else?
I'm good with my cup of joe. Actually, top up in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
Y'all got any
I'm
pop?
fine.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you want?
Surprise me.
All right.
Hey, does your
Any-
grandma live up? Is she a florist up the way?
Yeah, she is. How did you know that?
Bought some flowers from her earlier, actually.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, she said
Any?
that her granddaughter worked at the shop, and so it's like, you know, could have been anyone really, but you're the first waitress, so we just asked.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good guess.
Julia, as you turn to go surprise Rosanna with some sort of pop and to put in Arthur's order for a roast beef sandwich, the phone in your apron buzzes, and when you pull it out, there is actually a poorly typed text message from your grandmother, who tells you that a no-good cheater and his very pretty girlfriend came into the shop this morning, today, for flowers, but that they were asking about all of the funerals and something about the young woman struck her as more. She's probably got a specialized term for it, but because I'm not familiar with the culture, I don't want to presume. She's basically hinting to you that there is something more to Rosanna than just a normal pretty woman. She knows and sees more than she probably should. And you've had pretty extensive conversations with your grandmother over the past week about everything that's going on. She's a pretty superstitious lady. She's who taught you what you know about this part of your culture. So,
Well, go ahead.
You're able to go and put in Arthur's order. It doesn't take long now that you're here and your boss is not trying to do 6 things at once. He's only trying to do 5 things at once. He's actually moving at a better pace. And in the time it takes you to get Rosanna's pop, which I will let you decide which you're going to give her, he pretty much has it put together because he already had everything that he needed out from when he made Gary's.
I think I'm going to give her root beer. She seems like a root beer girl.
That's probably a safe bet.
I struck her as a cherry
Apologies.
7-Up girl.
So I guess I take the things back out to them. So, I just got a text from my grandma, actually. She said that you guys were asking about the funerals. Did you know the woman that died last night?
We did not. It's just a sad situation, you know. Just
It
somebody
really is.
pass away, and you kind of have to notice. We lost someone recently, so we were just feeling.
So sorry to
having
hear that.
feelings.
There's been a lot of death going on around here lately.
Yeah, what's up with that? Is it just a fluke that people keep dying on the same stretch of road and stuff? Like,
Well, I'm not as superstitious as my grandma, but there's this whole old story about, like, if you drive on that road at night, a ghost woman will try and, like, get you to pull over, and she'll get in your car, and essentially people just are not supposed to drive on that road at night, and if you do drive on that road, you're not supposed to stop, and all those
especially for
accidents happen at
hitchhikers.
night.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Just
Well, that's an urban legend for sure.
yeah.
Do you
Do you
know
know-
how long this has been? Not how long, but do you know around when this started?
I mean, lately it's just been the last couple of weeks. There wasn't much before then, and then suddenly 6 deaths in 2 weeks. A lot to deal with.
Yeah, does the river in that stretch of highway ever cross?
They
They
I
do
don't-
not.
do not.
Because I'm just wondering, like, is there any urban legends about the river, or is it the same kind of thing?
I don't really know any about the river. I mean, there's the obvious, like, La Llorona and that sort of thing. Like, just don't go into the desert. But
Did
Not-
the teenagers that died, was that before the accidents?
was that before the accidents?
It was after the first accident.
It was after the first one, but before the other 2.
Oh, it's a lot of tragedy for sure for one small town.
We're not used to this sort of thing. It's been like, what, 5 years since the last bad accident around here?
Was that also on that stretch of highway?
Yeah, it was.
Weird that everything's kind of happening all at once, for sure. This legend, because I am so interested in local legends.
She is just.
I am so
Did you get her
interested.
talking?
This lady who is the ghost on the highway, does she have a name?
Not that I can remember. I don't think anybody's ever told me one.
Any kind of like tragic backstory?
Julia, you are aware of a little bit of a backstory. It's fairly vague. It happened a long time ago, like well before you and most of the people who told you about it were born. So you for a while there just kind of wrote it off as local legend, like just like the aliens, probably not real.
Cabras.
No, the chupacabras are very real. The story that you remember was that in the 50s, there was a couple who had just gotten married, and they were on their way to their honeymoon, and were in a they hit one of the stones that's normally on the side of the highway, for whatever reason was in the highway, and they hit it, and their car rolled and they both died. And that's kind of all you know. You weren't ever given names. Your grandmother, being who she is, refuses to name them because in her eyes, giving them names gives them power. And she is desperate to protect you at all costs.
I go ahead and relay all that information to them.
Well, Well, thank you. That's interesting. I will have to write that down.
Yeah. I mean, it's tragedy begets tragedy, it sounds like.
Yeah, about. What, are you writing a book about local legends or something?
Oh, I keep a diary.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. I like to experience weird things and write it all down for my own keepsake.
Sounds good. Well, any other questions? I don't really want to be at work.
Yeah, have a seat. Just tell your boss that we had too many questions. You can just hang out with us.
Mm-hmm. We're a good bunch to talk to.
Yeah.
We can keep ordering if you like. That might help cover the you actually working.
Yeah.
Sure, what do you want?
You know, we're probably gonna need dinner tonight, so I'm gonna actually pull out the menu and just start, like, grabbing food for everyone. You won't have to, like, worry about it, but yeah, I'm making a list of things to order.
Alright. So
So
I
you've
saw
lived
you
here-
guys were talking.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go. You're the new guest at our table. You tell us. What do you want to know?
I just saw you guys talking to Jesse earlier. I was wondering if you know him at all.
Oh, yeah, we just met. Seems like a nice guy. Sounds like we're on the same line of work as him, so we were just talking to him.
Oh, what line of work is that?
Freelancing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He definitely has a bit of a weird vibe, but for some reason, my grandma really trusts him, so he seems okay.
Your grandma know a lot about old superstitions and such?
Way too much. She is probably the most superstitious person I know.
You know,
Although I will admit that I kind of taken after her a little bit and all that.
you know, I would love to talk shop with your grandmother one day on a more I'm also fairly superstitious myself. I studied a lot in college about the different types of like occult lore and mythicisms and such. It was my second major. If your grandmother wouldn't mind sharing stories, I'd love to hear more about the local legend.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd be happy to, although apparently she didn't seem to like one of the guys in your group very much.
It's me. I'm gonna throw it out there. I messed up. I mentioned that I was married before, and your grandma did not like that.
Yeah, she isn't a whole big fan of that.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
But-
my loving boyfriend here won't mess up like that ever again.
Not a second time anyway. No, that's for sure.
Like, sputter into my coffee.
Yeah, no, I mean, I obviously I studied biblical stuff in college, so I have an interest in it too. Just you know, it's like, can you not read the Bible and then also have like a weird fascination with the occult? Like, whether you love it or hate it, right? It's like one of those kinds of things. Like, it's of the devil or what's this? Like, it's all interesting. That's why we're all friends. Including Zephyr over there is quiet.
Nice to meet you, Zephyr.
Hello.
Well, if you guys are all interested in the occult, would you be interested in maybe checking out that stretch of highway with me?
Oh, you're gonna go check that out?
I mean, I'd like to. I don't really have anyone to go with. My grandma would kill me if she found out I was going, but...
Yeah, I'm not really interested in, like, getting hurt, so I'm probably not going to go there.
Fair enough.
When would you be looking to go?
I'd like to go soon. I mean, if we can figure out how to put a stop to these car crashes or something, that'd be very helpful.
As you all are sitting there, you hear a bell, a familiar bell tolling in the distance, Julia. It's the local church is tolling on the hour as it typically does. What you don't typically hear in the middle of town is the raucous howling that follows. And you kind of inwardly cringe and your eyes close just a little bit in dismay as you realize that at least one of the creatures from your father's rescue have managed to slip the fence again.
Yeah.
Viktoria,
Yes.
something about that sound tugs at something deep inside you. Like there is this impulse where you're like, it almost calls to you. It's like this weird primal connection to that kind of wild, almost celebratory sound.
Okay. Yeah, the moment that happens, and I shoot up right out of my chair, kind of like my hands placed hard on this list I've been making of foods that we want to bring with us on the journey, and I'm just like, what is that?
My dad has a wolf dog rescue. Sounds like at least one of them got out. Probably more.
Is that dangerous?
Not really. They're just dogs. But we do need to get them back home, so I guess I need to go talk to the boss about that.
Can I come with you and see this rescue?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
And Julia, I'm gonna take out a slip of paper and a pen, and I'm gonna jot down my personal number, hand it over. Feel free to pass that along to your grandmother. Like I said, I'd love to pick her mind one of these nights, and even yours. Any new information that I can get my hands on, I'd be more than happy to share stories.
All right, sure. I go ahead and put her number in my phone.
This phone is a proper smartphone. As if on cue with you saying we've got to go get them home, your boss kind of pokes his head in from the back and kind of gives a heavy sigh. Says, your dad called. He's on his way. They're out back. I gave them scraps. If you could just stick your head out and check on them, I think they'll be fine until he gets here.
Sounds good.
Wait, the wolf dogs are out back.
Yeah.
Yep.
At that point, I'll just kind of like pick up this piece of paper, slap it onto the counter where the boss is, and say, I need this stuff. I'm just gonna slip out back.
All right. He takes the paper, looking a little worried, and then disappears.
Some of the things on there, like, I'm assuming this is the type of diner that gives like bowls of cereal.
Yep.
So it's like box of rice or box of puff rice. There we go.
You're using the diner as an actual grocery store.
I am.
She acting weird?
Yeah.
I guess she's
Should
had a
we-
thing to see wolf dogs. I didn't know. I guess we
Is
just all
that-
learned something about Viktoria today.
Is that safe?
I don't know. Is it because of our new thing with, puppies? Or
Maybe.
I mean, we should probably somebody should probably go check on her.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Arthur
Hopefully
just
she
gets
doesn't-
up. Guess it's me. Only
Love
because
that
it was.
the least trained people are all going out to see the wolf dogs. I'm sure nothing
if
could
there's-
possibly go wrong.
If there's just a window that I can peek out, I'll just like stay inside and look. But I'm not going.
Sip the coffee, we're watching everything going on.
Yeah, just like, who's gonna lose their hand?
Time to watch my friends get mauled.
I'd like to go out just to try and keep the dogs calm while strangers approach them.
That's probably a good idea. Could you roll me a charisma and animal handling?
Yes.
Flash
me
dice
get them.
space hunter. Your pool will be your total dots between the two.
All right.
I
And
made
then
the
tell
mistake
me
of looking. Made the mistake of looking at chat just now. Made
tell
laugh.
me how many successes you get.
Let's see. Sorry, I got 8 successes.
Yeah, you're good. They've known you for as long as they've been on the rescue preserve. In fact, you come out of the door and they do something that most people would never expect an animal to do. They kind of immediately perk up and actually walk away from the food to come over to you for pets.
I give them all the attention.
And one of them, in the middle of getting all of this attention, kind of pauses and looks toward Viktoria. And Viktoria, you can see the dog in it, but it definitely looks more wolf, and it is massive compared to even even big dogs. And it is actually, you know what? I'm gonna let you describe what its coat and everything looks like. Just know that it's big.
Sure. So this dog, which I have this kind of bond with, like the fact that it howled or cried or bayed with joy, and I immediately, being the auditory person that I am, just kind of associated with that immediately. It's like basically when you find a rhythm in a song and you're like, this is my jam. This dog has basically sung my song, and as I'm looking at it, it's this mostly black, a little bit of German Shepherd in there, so it's got like the little brown eyebrows, but it looks fully wolf, like wolf with just a German Shepherd colored coat, mostly black.
This animal kind of stands there and watches you, and you see it kind of tilt its head and its little ears perk up and towards you a little bit. And it gives this little like half whine, like it's questioning, and waits to see what you do.
I do the thing where you get crouched down, kind of like on your haunches, and I offer my hand. If it doesn't respond right away, I jingle one of my bells to see if it likes it. Not in the tone that hurts werewolves that I'm looking for, but just like a tone that I think it will enjoy. Hey there.
Can you make me a charisma animal handling? Animal Ken. When you play too many games and you start to get all their terminology mixed up.
for funsies, can I do
Absolutely.
another? All right.
Holy cow!
So-
That's 7 successes and a critical.
So I think I went from 3 successes to 7 with that willpower reroll.
You did. The hand, it seemed almost a little wary of, like it was hand shy. But then you touch one of the bells, and it is the barest, like, stroke a finger over metal, and the tone is so soft that, like, even Julia, who is right next to you, would barely be able to hear it. But the dog's head kind of cants in the other direction. Looks slightly more doggish for a moment, slightly less wolfish, because it's definitely got those doggy mannerisms. And then it walks right over and gets like nose to nose with you for a second. And Julia, there is a moment where you are terrified that this thing is going to bite her in the face. And then he licks her from her chin to her hairline and sits down and proceeds to just like drop his big fuzzy head like on her knee.
He seems to like you.
Yeah. What do I gotta pay to get him?
Well, once my dad gets here, you can talk to him. It's his rescue, not mine. So.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not going to accept no for an answer. I'm not even going to accept no for an answer from them. And I point in the doorway where Arthur's probably standing.
I was like, you want to take on a dog? Is that the smartest to call, Viktoria? Unless there's something I don't know, like a canary in a coal mine or something, maybe.
You try and stop me, I will stab you. Like,
okay. I'm not trying to stop you. I just, if you know something I don't know, that's great. But
I don't know,
hey,
it's
you know what? You want a dog?
weird.
Hey, that's your business. I'm not going to interfere with your business, Viktoria.
It's like when something feels right.
Sure. I get that. I think I get that probably better than anyone else.
Okay. Good. I'm glad we understand and I'm not going to have to stab you today.
Yeah, I mean, not today anyway.
Maybe
See how it
tomorrow.
goes tomorrow. So what's this guy's name? And I try to approach real easy like.
Doesn't have one yet. I mean, if you're gonna take him, you can go ahead and give him one.
Thinking about it. Is Marcus a dumb name for a dog?
I think Marcus is a good name.
Alright. Because it was either that or Gozer, and I don't think that's very good.
Goes
I
to the
prefer
Gozerian?
Marcus.
Gozer the Gozerian.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna park on that and come back to it. Just hopefully I can get him.
And I start trying to explain to Julia about Ghostbusters and a movie that came out many years ago, assuming she's too young to know what that is.
I mean, I saw Ghostbusters at some
Oh, you
point.
did? Okay,
So
good. Yeah.
Arthur is mansplaining Ghostbusters to somebody is what you're telling us. He's a cheater and a mansplainer. Got it.
I
God.
love everything about this group. Okay. So, while Viktoria is threatening bodily harm to anyone who tries to tell her no about taking this puppy home, and on the road with you all, this old, slightly beat up but lovingly cared for panel van pulls up. And this older man with darker tan skin and the same jet black hair that Julia and her grandmother have gets out. His hair is long; it's tied back in a ponytail at the base of his skull. And he walks up and he goes, "Jules, I'm so sorry. They were trying to repair the fence and you know, one of the new assistants wasn't paying attention when he went in to feed him and they darted for it and Is he laying on her?
Yeah,
Ma'am,
he took a liking
ma'am.
to her.
What? He doesn't like anybody. He just
I
came
agree.
in like 2 days ago, and he wouldn't let anybody near him.
Sounds like a Gozerian to me.
Scratching
what?
him behind his ear.
So, Ghostbusters is a movie that came out. I started explaining it to him.
We're not. I should get them home. Ma'am, I appreciate you keeping him calm. He's the biggest handful out of the bunch.
Listen, I've already threatened my friend with bodily harm. I don't want to step, like, he's a friend. He understands, but I'm not going to step that far with you. I want this dog.
He sort of pauses and looks between you and the dog, and then back to you. Well, there certainly seems to be some natural chemistry there. So normally there's a proper way that we do this. And it's usually a lengthy, involved process that takes weeks, sometimes a month or more, to go through the proper channels for an adoption. However, he has been, let's say, aggressive with some of the other rescues, and I've been a little worried that we're going to have to put him down because we couldn't seem to find a way to fix that. If you can hang around town for a day or two, come by tomorrow. I'll want to see you properly interact with him, with other animals, with other people around. See what kind of stressors we can put him through and how he handles that and how you handle him. If all goes well, maybe we can finesse the paperwork a little bit.
Okay, I'll take that. That sounds great.
But tomorrow, because I've now got to go deal with the breakout.
Right, yeah. Do you want me to help take him back?
If you can get him into the van, I'll even give you treats so that he associates you with good things, even though I have to take him after that.
I'll try to just lead him into the van and kind of like pat it to get him in.
With the number of successes that you got, this dog has the utmost trust and respect for you. Doesn't question much of anything. He looks a little sad when he realizes that you're not getting in with him. But when you hand over the treat and take a moment to kind of like scritch at his ears and just pay him that extra little bit of attention, it seems to soothe him quite a bit. And he relaxes, like he understands that this isn't going to be the last time that he gets to see you.
This also kind of soothes my angry heart seeing him, and I'm just like, I'm gonna come break you out soon. Don't worry.
You get another chin to hairline lick.
Sir, just out of curiosity, how much is it gonna cost to adopt him?
I was going to ask that.
He'll look at Viktoria like this is a business arrangement with her, and he's not sure that he wants to discuss money without her permission.
I mean, yeah, I am curious about the price.
We'll work something out. Even if it means that you go on a payment plan and make regular donations.
How much?
Yeah, for this girl, we'll take her. No problem.
Well, yeah. Him and I, we've got it.
His eyes go a little wide because he thought that you guys were trying to like needle him down on the price, not offering to cover it, and he goes, can I let you know in the morning once I have a chance to go look at all the paperwork and everything and see what all the fees are? This is all a little sudden.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cool. It was nice to meet you all. I'm not sure what you're in town for, but I'm
covers,
glad you're
mostly.
here. Oh. And he sort of deflates a little bit. Like, you can kind of tell that while he's very good with animals and he got that part of their culture, he's a lot less superstitious than Julia and his mother are.
That was a joke. We're just tourists passing through.
Well, I'm glad you came to our little slice of heaven. Jules, be good to that one, and he'll point at Viktoria.
Well,
And I guess those two as well, since they're... I'm gonna go. And he, like, loads the other dogs into the van, looking slightly awkward and a little... He almost looks a little unsettled by how well Viktoria did with this. And you saw the dog briefly when it was first brought in, Jules, but he wouldn't let you anywhere near it. Like, it was so aggressive and so snappy with people, and he insisted that it nearly took his arm or his hand off on multiple occasions. So he was not going to let you or really any of the employees anywhere near it if he could help it. So he seems a little unsettled that this dog has become this sweet, docile baby with the second it met Viktoria. But he loads the dogs up, gets into the van, and pulls away.
I guess I go back into the restaurant to keep doing my job.
Everybody piles back inside.
Rosanna, Arthur, thanks so much.
I mean, yeah. You seemed really dedicated to that. I want to help, you know?
Yeah, and listen, well, we gotta stick together, and you and that dog had some really tight connection. We don't have a whole lot of room, but we'll make something work.
Yeah.
You're just gonna have to use the dog as a blanket, I guess. I'm sorry. You know, that's fine.
Yeah, you know, on that note, we should then, if you're gonna get this dog, we should probably switch. I'll go to the top bunk just so you can easier on the dog.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, I stepped on you this morning.
Yeah, I noticed. Didn't
It's
say anything,
okay.
'cause, you know, it's fine.
You know, when someone steps on you, typically you say ow.
Or
Yeah,
thank you,
well.
depending on who you are.
Rosanna!
What?
Jeez!
What?
You blindside me sometimes, jeez!
Oh, what? The paranoid one can't have a sense of humor every once in a while? Sorry.
It just comes out
So-
of left field.
Yeah, but as far as the cost goes, I think I owe you for like 1,000 breakfasts. So, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
We're all
you're
good.
fine. You're fine. We got you.
That's fair. I'll consider it even then.
cool, because I'm looking forward to 1,000 more breakfasts. So we'll have to get a second dog, you know, later.
Mm.
Okay, Arthur, but it's sleeping with you.
I mean, if you can get up there.
Don't worry, we'll find you a nice little wiener dog or chihuahua or something.
Let's head back
Okay.
inside. This feels weird.
We're standing in an alleyway. Back in the diner, you all get in, enjoy a nice meal, talk to Julia about some of the things that have been going on. What's the plan?
I think Arthur wants to wait till nightfall and then go check out this stretch of road and the hitchhiker that they may encounter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'd like to see if Julia could put me in contact with Grandma while we wait.
Okay. Victoria?
So go ahead and...
Sorry. Victoria, what would you like to do? I've heard from everybody but you.
I imagine at this point she's just kind of thinking about the dog, like
Thinking about her puppy?
Yeah, it'd be really hard to focus on this whole ghost thing, but yeah, I guess going back to Grandma is a good idea.
Okay, so we've got half and half. Half of you want to go see Grandma. Half of you want to go out to the road, and Julia wants to go out to the road with those who go out there. Okay.
Split the party.
Right.
Well,
No.
I think the grandma part was like we're gonna see her again before going out to the road because
I
she
think
might
that's
have.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
fine. Okay, Julia, would you be willing to get your grandmother involved with these crazy people, having seen what you have seen?
I think my grandma would like him, except for that one guy, but it's fine.
Except for the one that she already dislikes. Got it. Okay. So after or while they're eating, I assume you would duck off to the side to make that phone call?
Yeah.
All right. So you call her cell phone, and as is typical, she doesn't answer. But that's why your father has not turned off the landline at her house. Because it is an obnoxiously loud ringer on that phone, and she actually knows how to use it. And she answers the phone. Hello?
Hi, Grandma. You know
Hey,
those people you
baby.
were telling me about earlier?
Two-timer and the pretty one.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's actually a two-timer. I think that that's just a whole complicated thing. But would it be okay if I brought them and some of their friends over so that we could talk maybe about some of the local legends?
Sure, we could do that. Still think he's a two-timer.
You can think what you want.
She kind of mutters under her breath, and she's speaking her native tongue. You know enough to know that what she's saying is probably unpleasant. That's a good thing. Most people can't understand her. She is spicy and spunky. Well, all right. I just made some sweet tea, and it'll be waiting for you. Have you eaten today? Should I make something?
I ate at the diner. Thank you, though.
All right. Well, I love you, and you drive safe on your way here.
All right. Love you too. See you soon.
See you soon. And she'll hang up. And she has this way of hanging up this phone that because it's an old landline and it's an old phone, it's one of those like crazy heavy, really sturdy ones that you know that if you ever got clocked by one of these, it would probably take a while to wake up. Because her hands are a little shaky, when she goes to hang it up, it goes down pretty hard and forcefully in the cradle. So all you hear is clunk, and then it goes silent.
So I go back to the other people.
Mhm.
My grandma said that she's open to you guys coming over. She said that she made sweet tea. So if you want to come over there.
Yeah, sweet tea sounds pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's about this time, Julia, that your boss comes out, and you notice that your one of your coworkers, the one who called in late and is several hours late for their shift, is finally pulling up outside. And your boss comes out looking at this list of groceries, and he looks at Viktoria and he goes, "Ma'am, I want to be helpful, but I can't just give you my stores. What I can do is I can have my son run to the grocery store and we can just bill you for what he buys off of your list."
That'll work just fine.
You
The other
folks need a
option.
room?
No, we have the RV. But the other option is we come back and eat dinner, and you'll have to deal with us again.
You know what? That's probably easier. Let's just do that.
Okay, that's fine. We'll be back for dinner.
Sir?
Yes,
Sure.
ma'am.
Do you know if your local grocery store or corner store sells these little strawberry cream candies? I've been kind of looking for them for a little while. They're a little extra special treat that I like to get myself. Recently came back, and I've been trying to find them everywhere.
I'll be honest with you, ma'am. I don't know. I'm not really big on candy. But I'm sure if they have it, you'll be able to find it. The store's not very big. I'm sorry. I don't.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And he takes the payment, makes sure that Juliet gets her tip.
Ridiculously large tip.
When he sees how big the tip you guys are leaving her now is, he actually holds on to that extra $5 tip he was given earlier because it looked like he was going to hand it over to her, even though she wasn't here for that part of the service.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, it was handed to him because he was the one working. I think he was trying to be nice to his employee and then realized how generous you guys were being. It was like, no, then I'm keeping it. And he kind of gives you all a little wave, and Julia, you know that you're pretty safe to go on about your day. Jules, thank you for saving my bacon. I don't know. We'll figure out an extra holiday or something for you later this month.
Thanks.
Okay. You guys pile into your respective vehicles. I'm going to assume that Jules is going to drive herself. And
Get
you...
in the RV. Come on. You all weird with strangers. It's fine.
And you drive back to the reservation, and thankfully, because they have you to follow, they don't get lost trying to find your grandmother's house this time. You pull up in the driveway. Jules, you immediately notice that your grandmother's neighbors, at least 3 of them, are peeking through their windows at this weird vehicle that is back again.
I just wave.
The cranky old man across the street just narrows his eyes at you and then disappears behind the curtain. But your grandmother's neighbor, who is an absolute gossip, waves back. She looks very pleased to see you. She's one of those old biddies who doesn't get a whole lot of visitors, so she's thrilled whenever you're around. You know that you could just let yourself into your grandmother's house. You don't need to knock. In fact, she'd probably look at you weird if you tried. Or ring the bell. You don't have to ring the bell either.
I guess once they all get out of the RV, I take them inside.
Your grandmother is in the kitchen and has poured several tall glasses of sweet iced tea, and is doing something that probably isn't well advised, in that she is trying to put all of these glasses on a tray to carry out with her, with her old shaky hands.
I'll get that for you, Grandma.
Oh, thank you. That's probably for the best. And she sort of turns and spots Arthur, and her eyes immediately narrow.
Hi, ma'am. Nice to see you again.
Hello. She figured out she can do better yet?
Yep, she broke up with me earlier today.
Good girl. She'll kind of walk over and pat Rosanna's arm. And now, I heard you all wanted to talk to me. Why don't you all have a seat? And she settles into this big, like, high-backed, old plaid lazy boy. What can I do for you?
Well, ma'am, your wonderful granddaughter told us that you know a thing or two about the superstitions that happen around the area. I myself am an appreciator of all of the different types of stories that small towns like this have to offer. Call me a bit superstitious.
How do you feel about them calling the things you know are true superstition?
I mean, I think it's ridiculous, ma'am, because those things are true. There's no reason to call it superstition. They're reality.
She hasn't taken her eyes off of Rosanna.
It almost makes you feel like you're seen as insane.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you know that and things that you see are as real as the day turns to night and the night turns to day.
Well, at least you're not in denial. She's looking at Rosanna. When I saw you earlier, I wasn't sure if you were sure yet.
Sure about what, ma'am?
That the things that you see are real.
Sometimes I gotta convince myself.
That's just because you're afraid. You shouldn't be. I know it seems unsettling, but it's gonna be your greatest strength going forward. Was mine.
How
In fact,
long
if I had hid my head in a hole because of all the things that I saw, that one wouldn't be here. And she gestures at Julia.
Can you see him too?
I can see a lot of things. My ancestors told me exactly who my son needed to meet to make sure that I had a grandbaby.
What do you call it?
There's a lot of names for it. Doesn't really matter what you call it. Call it whatever you feel comfortable with. The name I use isn't in a language you would know.
I look to Julia. Well, what do you call it?
I mean, it's just spirits. That's what I say, but she doesn't really approve of that language.
Makes an audible tisking noise with her tongue.
What do you call it?
I used to call it delusion. Thought it was just, PTSD or something else, but it's been happening a lot more recently. And it's not just small glimpses. Actually, it's what led. Okay, a bit of a confession time for the three of you to give you all a little bit more context. I can see small glimpses, visions, things that aren't easy to perceive right in front of you. This morning when I asked you for that paper, I already knew what was in it. I just needed to confirm that it was there. Mother 4 dies in the park. I knew what to look for. And there's possibility that I can see more. Sorry I kept it from all of you for so long. I'm not some evil. I'm not.
Ain't nothing wrong with you, baby. Nothing wrong with you at all. Evil and delusional and all of that. Those are words that ignorant men use for people like us.
I've had my suspicions, Rosanna. Got nothing to worry about from me on my end.
Here's the thing. Every one of us that touches the darkness, sees it, fights it. There's some part of it in everyone, right? It's how we can fight it. So, good and evil are just what you do, not what you are. So I still trust you.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we know who you are, and we know how much of a kind and loving person you are, so it doesn't matter if you have secrets or anything. At the end of the day, you know, I still trust you.
There is something else. Remember how I said earlier that, that the naked eye spirit. Or ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
I can.
Well, that's incredibly helpful, since my naked eye apparently wouldn't be able to see the ghosts. So I'm gonna have to rely on your, as beautiful as they are, eyes to see these ghosts.
Well, Arthur, as much as you flatter me, that's not gonna. Never mind.
Also, the first right thing he said all day.
I really like Grandma. She's great. Gloria, you are a fantastic individual.
I know, but I appreciate the sentiment. Now, Missy, and she looks over at Julia. Don't think I don't know what you're up to.
What are you talking about?
Are they going with you?
Where?
You know where. You eye the paper every time there's a new accident. You've got the same light in your eye that your granddaddy did about wanting to protect this town.
Better than going alone, right?
It is much better than going alone.
You gonna keep her safe? And she looks directly at Arthur.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
And
am I kidding? She's probably gonna end up keeping you safe.
that's a fair assessment. I'm absolutely certain of that.
And she'll look over at Juliet. I taught you everything you need to know. And since you're not alone, and I know you've got a good set of eyes with you, and she's looking over at Rosanna. And someone with strong protective urges as she looks over at Viktoria. I'll let you go and I won't tell your father.
Thank you, Grandma.
Well, women in this family have to carry all the weight anyway, so. Did you find him, by the way? And she looks over at Viktoria.
Find who?
Your companion.
Yeah, I guess I did.
I didn't know when you were here earlier. And I didn't see you outside, but I had a dream last night. I knew there was someone looking for... There were a couple people who were coming through who were looking for each other. Glad you found him. Make sure you take him with you before he eats my son.
That a list of things that this dog wants to do?
I don't know that he wants to. I worry what he'll do if he gets bored.
Fair.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a Gozerian to me.
Yeah.
She stands up slowly, kind of creaky like, shuffles into the kitchen, comes back after a few minutes and hands Rosanna a piece of paper. And in very shaky handwriting is a phone number. That's my landline. You need someone to talk to who understands you, give me a call. I'm not spry like I used to be, but I may still be good for a couple nuggets of wisdom. And if you ever need someone to come beat him up, I'll do that for free. She gestures at Arthur with her cane. You have the feeling that it's half playful. She may not entirely mean it.
Appreciate I am. I did give Miss Julia my number. If I can ever do anything for you, do not hesitate to call.
I appreciate that. And as she shuffles back towards her chair, she kind of stops next to Zephyr and looks down at where he's sitting. You, quiet as you are, danced closer to darkness than anyone else here.
Yeah. That seems to be my thing.
Envy is poison. Keep that in check. It can be useful. Let it get out of hand, and it'll kill you as fast as it'll kill anything you hunt.
Yeah. We'll see.
She sort of gets back to her chair and has a seat. Now, I am an old woman, and it has been a long day, and I'm tired. That means you can go.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
time for
No.
my nap.
You
No
have a
questions asked.
great night. We'll take care of Julia for you.
You better. I'll know if you don't. Oh, hold on a second. And she'll pause for a minute and rummage in the table next to her chair and pull out a little trinket and hand it over to Julia. Keep that with you. Made that for your grandfather, always kept him safe.
May I ask what it is?
I'll explain it later. It's not for other ears,
All right. Thank you, Grandma.
of course. Love you, baby. No, get
Love
on
you
out of my
too.
house so I can nap.
I will shuffle out. I'm not gonna interfere with a nap. Jeez.
I mean, I'm obviously going to leave because I'm already on the bad list for this lady. So
Yeah, you're on the naughty list.
For what it's worth, she seems a little less antagonistic now than she did earlier today.
yeah, I mean, that's what happens when the smart girl breaks up with me. It's fine.
You all shuffle out the door as you are climbing into the RV. Julia, are you going in the RV with them to this spot, or are you going to take your car and just risk it?
I think I'd like to go in the RV, but if they say no, I'm fine with driving
yeah.
on my own.
Come on in. We used to have
More
5.
the merrier.
Come on with a bunch
I
of
get in the
strangers.
RV.
Storyteller, at this point, what time is it?
We'll say it's getting on in the day. It only took us a little while to roleplay that scene, but the reality is it's probably been quite a while, and you're coming up on nightfall.
How long until 8?
Ooh. That's a good question. Let me look. It's about, you've probably got a couple of hours before it's 8 o'clock. It's a little after 6, and the sun's just starting to go down.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, what day is it?
You are killing me with the specifics.
Sorry, you have a character. Listen, yeah, I am playing.
I know. It is we'll say the 22nd of September.
While they're driving, Rosanna is going to set a reminder on her phone for 6 o'clock, the 23rd, to make her weekly post on her second website.
Got it. Okay. You all pile into the RV, and while you're driving, Rosanna takes care of whatever it is that Rosanna is taking care of. As you make your way onto the road and down towards this accident site. Rosanna,
Yes.
make me perception awareness. Or wits
What?
awareness. Wits awareness, I'm sorry. Too many game systems in my head.
Do I get to add any of this?
Do you actually hold on, I could tell you because I have your sheet up. No.
No? Okay.
No. What did you roll?
3 successes.
Okay. Almost the moment that you pass within that border of the dead zone that Viktoria brought to y'all's attention, you are no longer in the RV. You are sitting in the passenger seat of an old car. You're not sure what the make and model is. You know it's old because it's got all of the hallmarks of classics that you've seen at like classic car shows. And there is a handsome young man sitting next to you. He is wearing a tuxedo. And when you look down, you are in a very pretty white lace dress. Not over the top, simple, but beautiful. And there is a ring on your finger where you hold his hand, and you see a ring on his as well. And there is music playing over the radio. And you are blissfully happy. It's been a wonderful day, and you are driving to your honeymoon. And then you hit something. And you were going pretty quick because you were on a wide open highway. You could see for miles in either direction. Nobody was coming. You slam, your front wheel slams into something in the road that you didn't spot. And the car goes up and over, and you feel it flip and then roll onto its side and roll and roll and roll until it stops in the sand and dirt and rocks on the side of the road. You are disoriented, terrified. You screamed. You know you screamed. You don't fully remember doing it, but you know you did. And you look over, and the man who was beside you, who was just smiling serenely at you just a moment before, is laying awkwardly on the inside of the car on the ceiling. You are hanging from a seatbelt. But there's blood. Your dress isn't white anymore. And as your blurry vision stares around the car out into the empty night and the lights on the car start to go out as the engine fails. You see a car coming down the road, but they pass right by like they don't see you, and you realize that nobody is coming. And then you wake up, and you are sitting next to Viktoria and Julia.
You okay?
Arthur, make me Dex and Drive, please.
Alrighty. Not my best.
Rosanna, what's wrong?
Arthur, you slam on the brakes as you are driving. You don't know when she got there or how you missed her, but there was a woman in the road, and you slam on the brakes and swerve hard to the right to try and avoid her. And the whole RV spins unsteadily, and it's really only by its sheer weight that you guys manage to not tip and roll.
I was expecting her, and I still did this.
But when you look back to the woman that you are terrified you hit, there's nobody there.
So my naked eyes could see it. It's not a good sign.
Jesus Christ, what happened?
Girl appeared in the road. Tried not to hit her, but I think that we just encountered our ghost. Sorry, Rosanna. Didn't mean to scare you.
No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. Oh, we're alive. We're alive. Oh,
We are
my
alive.
God.
I think so.
Is the car stop?
Yes.
Okay. Rosanna.
You are facing the wrong way, but you are stopped.
Okay,
on the side.
Rosanna does not give a flying fuck. She's going to run out of the car. Where we are standing, is this what I saw?
Roughly, yeah. There are some differences, but for the most part, yeah.
I want to run to the area that the car landed and just kind of fall to my knees, and I'm gonna I don't know if there's any like dirt or anything or like rocks or whatever.
Dirt and rocks, yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to just dig my fingers in, and I'm gonna dip my head, and I kind of want to start trying to connect with the world around me, and I want to see if I can get a feel for this woman.
Okay. Make me a wits occult.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could do a resolve occult. And while that's happening, I want to find out what everybody else is doing.
Can I add my specialty?
What's your specialty?
Wraiths.
Absolutely. What's everybody else doing?
The moment Rosanna is bolted out the door, I'm like, fucking Rosanna, God! And I'm chasing after her, and I've got my bells, and I'm kind of trying to rattle them in a way that
I am going to willpower that.
Okay.
rattling them in a way that will stop. Like, I don't know what ghosts do. If they take over our minds, perhaps I can prevent it a little bit. Possession, definitely a thing. So I'm using my bells to try and hopefully stem that. But I'm also kind of like, I grab Julia because I know that as long as she's close to me, my bells will affect her as well. So I'm kind of like, I don't want her to get taken over either. So I'm taking her.
Zephyr. Yes.
7.
Okay.
But-
Zephyr.
God, I'm like like kind of like panicking because I'm like, what can I do? Like everybody else has like their thing, and I'm like, there's literally not much I can do. So I'm just kind of like putting stuff that like fell over in the van and stuff, and just kind of like keeping a watch out the windows to see if the woman appears again, so I can let somebody know.
Are you staying in the RV?
Yes.
Okay. Arthur.
Arthur, concerned for the fact that Rosanna just ran out and then Viktoria grabbed Julia and just took off. He's not like, he's gonna like look at Zephyr and be like, come on. Like grab his book, check his pockets, make sure he's got everything, and then come running in. He's gonna take the keys too, because you don't just leave keys hanging on an RV when something's going on. You know, because slasher movie, and everyone's gonna get stuck. Anyway, but he's gonna come out and try to figure out what's going on.
Zephyr, are you following or are you staying in the RV?
Yeah, I'm following only because he was like, get your ass out of here.
Okay. All right. So everybody chases after Rosanna. Rosanna, you are sending your intention. You're not entirely sure what you're doing. You've never done this before. In fact, you've always sort of run from your encounters and your visions. Mm-hmm. So this is unusual for you. And there's a flare of desperation and instinct behind it as you dig your fingers down into this dirt where you know the car went off the road. I need just a straight, unspent willpower roll from you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to make a roll over here of my own.
Three.
Okay. Excellent. I'll make a note. As you reach your awareness down into the earth, you can definitely feel a presence here, and it's been here for a while. You're not entirely sure how you know, but some part of you knows on an instinctive level that it's been here for a good 60, 70 years, but only recently became this intense and got this level of power, where it's actually able to do things to affect people enough to cause problems. You can feel her pain and her utter despair, her desperation. You keep thinking, somebody has to stop. Somebody has to stop. Somebody has to stop. They have to find us. He needs a hospital. He's gonna die. I'm gonna die. If somebody doesn't stop, I'm gonna die. 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 And it's a screaming litany in your head. And when your eyes open, for just a moment, you see a woman in a white lace dress standing directly behind Arthur. And she's staring at you, but pointing at the keys in his hand.
I see you.
Arthur, she sees you.
Good? That's good. How many fingers am I holding up?
Arthur, I think there might be something behind you.
It's okay. We're not gonna hurt you.
I have to stop.
Hand in my pocket. Hand on my book.
have to stop or we're going to die. They have to stop or we're going to die. Going to die, going to die, going to die.
Where is he?
Can you make me a charisma, empathy, or insight?
Mm-hmm.
Viktoria, are you using your bells right now?
Yes. I'm not sure if there'll be an actual detriment to what's happening, but I can make a roll for you.
Roll for me, please.
5
That's a-
critical.
Damn. Okay.
Oh.
Or critical. Jesus, you people. Okay. Viktoria, you are ringing these bells as you watch Rosanna interact with someone that you can't see at first. But as you were standing there and you were using your bells, you've never tried to use these against a ghost before. You don't know if you're doing it right. You're winging it.
Yep.
And you're staying very close to Julia to try and make sure that she stays safe at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And all of you who are facing the way Rosanna is, so I'm not sure if Arthur and Zephyr will turn, but the rest of you all watch as a woman flickers into view like a TV being tuned to the right station. And she is wearing an old-fashioned 1950s wedding gown with a huge blood stain down the front. And she looks confused at first by Rosanna's question about where is he. And then her face screws up into this sob. And it's gut-wrenching. Absolutely gut-wrenching. And then it increases to a scream. Arthur, you hear this coming from behind you, whether you turn or not. And then something cold passes through you. And the rest of you watch as this ghost darts through Arthur, just passes directly through his body, and straight towards Rosanna at a dead run.
I know that this is probably stupid, but can I try and stop it? I'm afraid that the ghost is gonna hurt her.
If they try to stop her, Rosanna's just gonna put her hand out to stop them.
Okay, I want to hear what everybody else is going to do, and if we have to, we'll make some opposed rolls.
Well, I'm out here ringing these to stop possession from happening, so I will make sure that, like, my circumference around me is close enough to affect Rosanna as well.
I was wanting to, like, get in front of Rosanna because I know that she's more sensitive to this sort of thing, so I think that it would do more damage to her than it would to me.
Okay, Zephyr?
Yeah, I think I like instinctively try to get in front of her as well, because I'm just like, I don't know what this ghost is about to do, and this is kind of scary.
Good to know. Arthur?
Arthur cracks open his book to his one marked page that he keeps in his journal, and he just starts saying the bits that he's written in, where he just starts reciting the words Exi Spiritus Immundi ad hoc and Creature Dei, and just starts doing his thing because I want to hold her in place and stop her from moving.
Okay.
And that's when Rosanna would put her hand up to tell everybody to stop.
I'm going to give everybody the option on whether or not they're going to listen to that. I'm not going to make them. Arthur, there is a role associated with this ability.
Yes, there is.
If you are not going to stop, I need you to make that roll.
Just checking my stuff. Question: does this then constitute some desperation dice?
What's the thing that you get to use your desperation dice for as faithful?
Direct conflict, physical, social, and mental,
no,
supernatural.
absolutely, yeah. This 100% is up your alley.
And then is it just one right now?
Yes.
Okay. That's a success for creating the ward.
Okay. 4 successes. Very good. Very good. Very good. And can you also roll me just a dexterity roll? Just dexterity and we'll say wits. I want to see how fast you move. Julia and Zephyr, same thing. Wits and dexterity together.
Like 3.
Okay. 3.
Also 3.
2. Okay. Julia, would you like to spend willpower to try and reroll some of those?
Would.
Okay, so hit the reroll. All right, 3, 3, 3. 3 across the boards. Who has the highest dexterity here?
I have a 4.
Right there.
Yeah, I only have 2.
I'll have 2.
Okay. Cool. So Julia manages to get in front of it before you can fully stop it. That doesn't mean that your ability doesn't work. It just means that she and the ghost make contact at the same time you lock it in place. Zephyr, you manage to get close, and you just kind of go, fuck. Because you see the moment that Julia and this ghost kind of lock in with each other. Julia, you are not locked into place, but you are in physical contact with this ghost. You feel cold. You can feel that coal seeping into your bones and getting at your marrow. It's incredibly unpleasant, and you are starting to get a very similar sense of panic that I described to Rosanna. What do you want to do?
I would like to try and kind of stumble back to where I was standing before.
You just want to get away from it? Okay.
Yeah.
That's easy. That you can do. That doesn't require a roll. The ghost is locked in place. Viktoria, you're reasonably certain your bells are doing something. You're not entirely sure what, but you do know that Julia came in physical contact with the ghost and didn't get immediately taken over. So that's got to be something.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it up then. If we talk to it, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Sure.
The ghost possessing us? No, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm continuing this.
Rosanna, what do you want to do? They haven't stopped you from interacting with the ghost. They just stopped it from charging you.
I'm going to slowly pull my fingers out of the dirt. I'm going to keep some of it in my hand. And I'm going to slowly approach it to where it and I are touching. I'm used to the paranoia at this, so anything that I feel is just a normal Tuesday for me.
You're gonna touch the ghost?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you trying to do?
I want to try to talk.
Talking to her?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to say?
When did it happen?
Last night.
What year?
They have to
Is it-
stop.
Don't. We're here to help. What years?
1953. To stop. You have to stop or we're gonna die. You have to stop or we're gonna die. They have to stop or we're gonna die.
Where did it?
She looks behind you at the spot where you were kneeling.
What is your name? Do you remember your name?
This is David Carter.
Mrs. David Carter. We are going to help you.
They have to stop or we're gonna die.
Who has to stop?
They have to stop or we're gonna die. Please, we need to go to the hospital. Please. I don't want to die.
See that irritation boiling up in Viktoria a little bit. Just like, Jesus, tell it we've stopped. It's gonna be fine.
Shh. Rosanna's gonna caress her cheek. We stop. We're here to help.
And as if that's what she was waiting to hear, she lets out a sob that almost sounds like relief, and she disappears. For everybody. Not even Rosanna can see her anymore.
Oh, thank goodness.
Is it done now?
Yeah. Think so. Can't see her.
Well, that's good, because I wasn't sure I could actually punch Casper in the face.
I give my bells a couple more jingles for good measure, but I feel relatively safe at this point. And just like, everyone okay? Got their wits about them?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
You doing alright, Julia?
Yeah, that was strange, but I'm glad that we were able to help her.
Welcome to my life. Oh.
Also, note to self, don't try and intersect a ghost that's charging someone. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, that was a terrible idea, and I don't know what happened, but I think that because Viktoria was doing her thing and I was trying to stop it, I think you worked out okay here, but yeah, no, that was a terrible idea. Don't do that.
Yeah.
I will not.
I don't need your grandmother to not like Arthur any more than she probably already does.
It's true. I wasn't even sure if that would work. This is actually, honestly, the first time that we've encountered a ghost, and I am just glad it did.
The reason that I flew out the way that I did was I had a vision. I was her. I know exactly what happened. I knew exactly what she wanted, but I needed to get it out of her. Her husband died right next. Nobody stopped, nobody helped. That woman was grieving. I didn't want to hurt her. Oddly enough, she was... Yeah.
What's my motto, everyone? Life sucks, and then you die.
And then your death sucks.
Except she just went through what was supposed to be the happiest day of her life.
Yeah, that's rough. From a person who's had many a weddings, let me tell you, it would be terrible to make that the worst day of your life as well. The pain and sorrow would be indescribable.
I need
What are
a
you
hug.
all? Oh, sorry.
There you go. I know we broke up, but this is for you.
I'll sign on my eyes, and then I'll kind of fall into the hug, and I think that's when Rosanna would actually break out in tears.
All right. On that note, are you all going to pile back into the RV and head back to town? Excellent. You all pile back into the RV. Go to return Julia to her grandmother. Or at least to her car at her grandmother's house. You know that you have rooms waiting at the lodge. Or no, you had the offer of rooms waiting at the lodge. And food waiting at the cafe.
Oh wait, does the lodge have showers? Oh no.
That's what I was
It
thinking.
absolutely does. It's a little
Thank
motel.
God.
We should have done that. Oh no.
Maybe there's still rooms left. It's a small town. Not many
I'll let you
people stop
check in.
there.
We just need
I'll let
one
you
room. We can share the shower. We can all just take turns. Fine.
Group shower.
Yeah, that makes last minute.
We used to do that on the
Easy to
compound all the time. It's fun.
Save
Yeah.
water. You all pile into the RV and head back to town. You drop off Julia. Wish her a good night. Tell her you'll see her in the morning. Viktoria promises that she will be at the promises that she will be at the rescue first thing to prove that she can take care of her new companion.
See you there?
Yeah, I'll see you there.
Hey, Julia, I'm gonna take you off the screen now. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. As you all are going through the process of everybody taking their turn to shower, maybe debating who gets to sleep in a proper bed tonight, the owner was kind enough to provide you with a room with 2 doubles. So a couple of you could sleep in a proper bed, and the others would have to sleep in the RV. But while you're waiting, Arthur, you're out at the RV, kind of cleaning up and putting things to rights, and you, on a whim, just check your phone. You did just go out on a hunt. You weren't super paying attention to it. And there's a voicemail waiting for you. And a missed call.
Arthur will look at it and know exactly what it is. And part of him is excited, but part of him is afraid to listen. But he presses play anyway.
Hi, Arthur. It's me. I know I was told I should only call if it's an emergency, but things have been really quiet here. We don't really get invited to anything unless it's for the whole church, and they can't tell us no. No one's really spoken to me much in weeks, but I'm holding our family together like you taught me to. Like God wants me to. There's several seconds of silence, and you can hear her breathing, and it's shaky and unsure, like she's desperately trying not to cry. Well, the truth is, I think I'm calling because I'm lonely. It's silly. I know you need your time to figure yourself out, remember your faith, and I know you'll be back, and I'll wait as long as it takes, even if the speaker never prays for me again, but I am... Oh, no, I have to go. Someone's coming. I'm not even supposed to have a cell phone. I love you. Bye. And then the line goes dead. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we will end our story for the night. Thank you for joining us.